Oh, okay, we're going to start in a minute. So if you want to take your seats, we'll try and get started on time. Thank you. Oh, okay, it's working. Okay, excellent. Thank you all very much for coming. Those in person, but also those online. We've got a large online participation too. So this is an event that we have co-organized with RDA and EOSC Future, which is one of the EOSC projects. I've got a couple of little housekeeping announcements. So we added extra chairs into the room so that you can socially distance. I think, some people may have concerns about that, and please sit wherever you like. We've set up a couple of hashtags for the event. So EOSC at RDA is the hashtag just for this workshop, but RDA Plenary is the main hashtag used for the whole plenary. And one really important announcement is that all questions will go through Slido today. I want to thank Carol Goebel for that suggestion. Because we have a really big remote participation as well as those in room, we wanted to give parity to make sure that everyone has a chance to speak, through the Slido, but also because you can then vote for questions. So we start to see what's the most interesting thing and add a bit of diversity to discussion. Within the Slido, we have asked that you give a name so that we don't have lots of anonymous questions and end up with lots of questions from the same person. But obviously you can put a fake name in if you really don't want to be identified. So we kind of have questions from Mickey Mouse. For our remote delegates, please keep muted during the presentations, just so we don't get feedback. And yeah, sorry, we shouldn't say raise a hand, you're welcome to speak out. We obviously didn't change that from the first slide. The other thing to say is that the event's going to be recorded and that all of the slides and the recording will go onto the RDA and EOSC Future website. And the key thing, just to tell you, we have a motto on our RDA Europe grants: engage, enable, and energize. And we'd really like you to do that today. We've got a lot of expertise in the room and remotely, and this is about sharing that expertise. So that's all I wanted to say is the housekeeping. What I'd like to do first is invite Hilary up, who all of you will know, I'm sure, the Secretary General of RDA, to talk to us about the Global Research Commons and to really just give us a bit of scene setting. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Sarah. And thank you to you and all the team behind the organization of this event, and for the invitation to welcome you here and to set the scene. So welcome to those of you in the room and to those of you online. I think we're at about 50 participants online. As Sarah said, I have the privilege of being the Secretary General of the Research Data Alliance, a wonderful community of, there we go. Oh, and yes, the slides don't translate into, but the important thing is there, actually, all the text is missing. Yeah, but the important thing is this. But RDA is, as many of you know, and I like to underline it, so we'll move on to the next one, with the vision, the mission, and the values. But before I go into them, it is really important to remember that the Research Data Alliance is a community of volunteer or people, experts from all over the world. And the word volunteer is very important, and we are very grateful for that volunteer work. We operate on a very high-level vision that 10 years ago was set up, if you like, or established. It has been revisited and never changed because we still aspire to the vision of researchers and innovators that will openly share and reuse data across technologies, across disciplines, and across countries. And I always stop on those three words: any technology, any discipline, any field of science, any field of research, and any country in the world. We are open to all, so that we can address these grand challenges of society. And we do that, you do that, by building the social and the technical bridges to enable that open sharing and reuse. And we put as much emphasis on the social aspect as we do on the technical. And it is really wonderful to be here to start, if you like, even though I know there are other events going on earlier on, but to really start this amazing week of coming back together. This is our first real plenary in person. We did do it with IDW, but they're always slightly different events for us. To have over 500 people here and to create those social connections and to continue. And we all know we've missed the interaction during the COVID times, though I have to say that the RDA community has been amazing in continuing to work together in a virtual world. We do this, of course, based on 6 very fundamental and important guiding principles of openness, of consensus, of inclusivity, that everything is harmonized. I strive for harmonization, reducing efforts and the duplication of efforts and standards, that it's community driven. It is by you, for you. And it is non-profit and technology neutral. All of the outputs, all of the activities that RDA do and produce are available for reuse, take-up, implementation and adoption in an open and non-technologically locked-in way. And we have been like that since the beginning, and we continue to be like that. So many of you know but I like to repeat it because we always have newcomers, and that's important too. We have 3 very main ways in which the community works: working groups, interest groups, and communities of practice. I won't go into them, but they have different, if you like, focuses. Working groups are very specific. They come up with things that are almost like standards, and we call them recommendations in RDA speak. We have interest groups that look into areas of interest and of value to the community. And they have, it's much, if you like, more broader focus on different types of problems, often spinning off working groups to create outputs and deliverables, but also producing a whole series of important outputs for the community. And we have over 150 flagship outputs between what has been produced by the working groups and the interest groups since we were launched in 2013. The communities of practice are a new addition to the heart of the Research Data Alliance, and they are more domain, if you like, specific. We have the agricultural data community of practice, and the idea being that they're a broader, more umbrella group to work. And of course, we have birds of a feather, which is something that you will see during the plenary meeting this week. Birds of the feather, by the way, are the way in which new ideas and new groups are started, often, if not almost always, in the plenary meetings, but can also happen outside of them as well. But they fly on to become one of these 3. So I like to refer to RDA as a family, a very large family that has 3 specific components. Of course, the individuals, the community, the volunteers, these over 13,000 experts who work together in the groups as the beating heart of what I showed you before. We have organizations. There's organizational membership, which is not just a way of sustaining financially the Research Data Alliance, but also of understanding and having an organizational voice at the table. Because while the individuals who represent their organizations and their areas of expertise, it is almost always organizations who will take up and implement the outputs of the Research Data Alliance. And it's important to understand their perspective as well. And then we have regions, and regions are really important. How can we connect with the people on the ground? How do we speak their language? How do we know who they are? How do we understand what their needs are? So we need regional interaction. And I think that today's meeting that I am opening is very much about different regional aspects, as well as I understand disciplinary and thematic features. But regions are important. So, and my text has gone there too. But it said that RDA has its roots They are the roots, yes, our roots in the regions. So why are they important? And I can't emphasize this enough. Yes. So yes, we say science is global. It doesn't have geographical borders, but you are working in a particular geographical area. You have peers, you work in organizations that are connected maybe internationally and maybe not. So the importance of regions in RDA is they really are important for the linguistic side of things. I'm fortunate enough to be an English-speaking person. I don't live in an English-speaking country, but I work in my own language. Many of you don't. RDA works in English, but we need to improve the multilingualism so that the people on the ground that are working with these, having the challenges, that can interact and take up things better. So we strive very hard, but we don't have the capacity to do it. So we engage with regions and champions in the regions. And it's a very big priority for the Research Data Alliance. Regions are also important because challenges and needs are not the same in one geographical area to another. But also we want to know what is the excellence and the outputs and the from that region so we can elevate it to a global level. And then, of course, make sure we have the connections to the people on the ground. So regions are very important in RDA. Oh, there, the words are there. We also have roots in disciplines because, as we said, RDA was conceived, if you like, and established that we would work with all disciplines across all sciences, across all research. And we have a lot of work in different activities around disciplinary areas. We know that navigating the Research Data Alliance is challenging because of that, because we are open to all. And it would be great to focus it on one particular area, but we don't think that we give the proper service. That's not what we were set up to do. We are striving, and you will hear that we will have a new web platform that will help us navigate from June onwards. But just as a sample, at this particular meeting alone, there are 14 different breakout sessions in the plenary over the next 3 days that focus on disciplinary actions. We have 31 groups in RDA that are disciplines focused. We have many outputs, as you can see, and with the support of grants from the European Union, the European Commission through the European Office, we have disciplinary ambassadors to help us engage better with the disciplines, to understand what are the research data and the open science challenges from a disciplinary perspective, and how can we engage and support with them. And one of the other activities that they're taking on, which is important also in this context, is to interact with those what we call underrepresented scientific communities. So in Europe, if those of you who are not European or don't work in this field, there are many well-established research infrastructures, and they have good connections to the European Open Science Cloud and its, if you like, ideas, and have possibly been involved for a much longer time. But there are underrepresented communities, and that's RDA's role in this EOSC Future project as well, is to help them to understand how they can benefit from things like the European Open Science Cloud and Global Research Commons Global Clouds. And then our roots in the Open Science Cloud, as I said before, is that, of course, we have a specific role in the EOSC Future event. This event that you are here today is funded by the EOSC Future project. It focuses on bringing the global, if you like, connecting the global activities to what's happening in Europe in the European Open Science Cloud. But we are also trying to act as an amplifier on a global level to the European Open Science Cloud solutions. And they do that, as I say, through these disciplinary activities and through injection of funds that the European Office of the Research Data Alliance manages on behalf. So we hope to see it's coming to an end in September with more activities starting after that. But we hope to see, and you will see through today in the afternoon sessions, particularly the fruits of those grants and this activity that the European Office has invested significant effort and time into. Oh. And so if you see, so the idea, of course, is that the different aspects of engaging the communities come from a disciplinary level, and more on the ground from a European Open Science Cloud specific level with European money, and then the global research communities. And again, some of the text is missing, but don't worry, that's the idea. There's a few things And my last slide, of course, is what's my expectation or the RDA expectation from today? And it would be to understand what the value of the Research Data Alliance is in supporting these global research commons, yes? What can we do? What can the RDA do, and how valuable is it for sharing the experiences and knowledge? How can we reduce the silos and the duplication of efforts, which is one of our activities and our goals as an organization? And how can we identify with you, the actors and the players, practical, collaborative and global means for progress to really build these interoperable, disciplinary, regional and thematic global commons. So I wish you the best of luck with this event. I look forward to seeing many of you over the next few days. And thank you very much for your support for RDA and for the European Open Science Cloud and for Global Open Research Commons.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hilary. That was really useful. And I think we're taking the opportunity to show you data management issues in action with our interoperability issues on the slides, but also versioning issues, because the Slido code wasn't on our opening slide, which I'm pretty sure it was. So for those who need to know, it's slido.com hashtag, well, number 3524143. And we'll also tweet this out to make sure you've got it. Next up, I would like to introduce Karen Payne, who's going to talk to us about the GORC working group and the work we've been doing on that. So let me see how to get up your slides. I guess they're in this folder. Maybe the tech guy can help me. I should have checked this before. Oh, no,
Perfect.
they're there. Okay, perfect.
Thank you, sir.
And there's the clicker.
Great. So yes, I'm Karen Payne, and I'm really pleased to be here today to talk on behalf of myself and CJ Woodford and the cast and crew of the Global Open Research Commons Interest Group and Working Group here at RDA. For those of you who are not familiar with the working group and who know how to work a clicker, okay. Okay, we'll do it that way. So I don't think I need to tell you what a commons is, but we have the GORC group at RDA has a number of tasks in front of them. And the one that we're most focused on at the moment is looking at these commons organizations, these domain and national and pan-national organizations, to see if we can identify features that are associated with them. And by features, we mean things that either the commons developers or people that use the commons would expect to find there. So things like a well-defined decision-making process or solid authentication and authorization infrastructure. As we do that, we also want to see if we can identify key performance indicators that are being used by the commons organizations. So we're not evaluating the commons in any way, but we are interested in how they evaluate themselves and how they think about engagement. So I'm going to give you a snapshot of where the working group is and what we've been doing. And as I do that in the next 15 minutes or so, try to touch on the three themes for today's event. So interoperability, discoverability, and engagement. Excuse me. So how are we going to find these different items or features? So I'll use the words attributes, features to include KPIs today, items, ideas, features. The real backbone of our work comes from engaging with the commons organizations themselves. I have a tremendous amount of gratitude for the representatives from these organizations who are a part of our speaker series that the working group has been conducting. They answer questionnaires, they speak to the group, they identify the services, they are patient with follow-up questions. So I think that's really, really helpful. So that's really the backbone of our work. But in addition to that, we've been digging into our community documents as well. We are just finishing phase one of this research. In phase one, we focused on RDA outputs first, in part because we don't want to duplicate any of their work. RDA outputs tend to be really rich because they tend to include landscape reviews as well. A smaller portion of the phase one review includes public information that's not RDA. In our phase two, that'll start next week, there's going to be a larger percentage of public information. By the end of this work, it'll be about a 50-50 split. So one of the first messages I think that comes out of this is what a force multiplier RDA is in our community. I talk here about 42 sources, but that's a really that we've reviewed so far. It's a really conservative number because sources, we use that word sort of collectively. So for example, the speaker series, which is 13 speakers, we reviewed all of their public facing documentation. We refer to that as one source. But here are each bubble here, these are 42 bubbles. Each bubble here represents a source that we reviewed. The size of the bubble represents the number of items or attributes that we found within that source. So again, the speaker series is a huge source of information for us. We've also been really inspired by the e-infra scheme. For those of you who don't know what that is, that's a schema. It's a standard that allows people to register services. It's the basis for the EOSC catalog of services. OpenAir uses it, EGI uses it. It's a really good standard. So one of the things we did, and maybe I can find you, see if this shares. Oh yeah. One of the things that we did in the speaker series is that we asked the speakers to look at the e-infra scheme and then identify what services they provide or want to provide that are listed in that schema. It's not a reflection, again, it's not a evaluation of those commons. It's more of a reflection of how well those commons organizations identify with the schema. I can go to the slides if that doesn't work. I was trying to be fancy, and you shouldn't be fancy at these types of things. Perfect. So this is a visualization of the result of asking the commons organizations how they identify with e-infra. And the inner band is the supra category of e-infra, the e-infra standard. Clicking on it brings you back to the categories. So within the category of data management, for example, we see that absolutely all commons in our speaker series provide access, publishing, and discovery of data, which is not surprising. It's a big motivator for our commons organizations. But if we wanted to look at something that was a little more close to engagement, something like training and support, we see that there is some training and support provided by most commons. When they do provide training and support, it has to generally be in the form of online courses or in-house training. So, and I think that one of the really great stories that came out of our speaker series was how the Malaysian Open Science Platform took this very seriously. So the Malaysian Open Science Platform made a commitment at the beginning of their organization and said, we're not going to build any infrastructure until we engage in a national training program. So they did this national training capacity development program and a real sort of people first approach to commons building. And they're only now getting ready to release the first part of their infrastructure. So we think that's really impressive. It's a really inspirational talk, and it sort of brings home this idea that there's no one way to build a commons. Whatever the context is that makes sense for your community, whatever resonates with you, whatever your values are, you can build a commons around that situation. And now, if we go back, then I don't know how to get over there. I do like to make things difficult. No, not just yet. We got one more. Okay. So if we wanted to, so in our first round of our evaluations, we identified 583 potential attributes, 583 potential attributes of a commons. And we wanted to look at the repetition of these ideas across our sources. So what you'll see at the center of this visualization is that most of the ideas, most of the potential attributes were identified in either one, 2, or 3 sources here at the center. But at the outer rim, you see larger circles that represent that the same idea was repeated over and over again in our sources. And in particular, there are 3 ideas, all to do with metadata, that were repeated most often. One is that metadata includes information about the license that can be reused. That was the most remarked on idea. Nearly half of our sources talked about licensing and metadata. Also, that metadata should have links to related products, so linking publications to data, software to publications, that sort of thing. And then, of course, metadata should be harvestable. right? Again, not a big surprise in that sense. Metadata harvesting has been a driving factor within the community of data management. But I do think that the repetition in sort of implies a sense of energy and cohesion in the community talking about these things. And I think use cases that rely on these three particular ideas could be a good bridging program to bring the commons together. Now you can go back to he's the man in the mirror, like he's actually giving this presentation. Maybe I can do it. Can you switch back? Yep, thank you, sir. That's all right. So I can say, oh, that's great. So one of the really useful organizing principles for these 583 attributes that we've been working with is the 9 essential elements of a commons. And this was created by the interest group. And it's a good way to think about the different sort of core components that go into commons organizations. And at the very center of this is interoperability and standards. And I think that that's really important and really prescient on their idea. If we look at the 583 items that we identified in our first round of reviews, we found that the vast majority of our elements had to do with interoperability and standards, with a close second for services and tools. And I think that the commons that really typifies this best is the International Virtual Observatory Alliance, who have created a commons organization based entirely on standards for interoperability and a single service, the Register of Registries. So again, it's this idea that you can build a commons with any sort of approach that resonates with your community, especially if you have one that's built on goodwill and high adaptation and adoption. So the good news is that of the 583 initial items that we identified, we've been broken up into a series of task groups that took those 583 items and then made recommendations about whether or not they should be kept, whether or not they should be modified, whether they should be merged, whether they should be removed. And it turns out that the vast majority are either kept, merged, or modified. So what that means, very few have been removed and a handful have been added. And we'll have a final version of this towards the end of the week, or version 1 of this at the end of the week. But the idea is that there's a lot of consensus already in the community, and that we can identify the consensus of where that lives. And we can identify the different contexts and different domains and different ways that these ideas, these elements of our commons are talked about. So a sneak peek at the what's coming up. We're playing around with this idea of maybe creating a typology or a way of classifying commons based on their maturity. So if you're talking about me or the Australian Research Data Commons, the nature trailer is going to refer to you as happily middle-aged, right? We can talk about the weight, which is sort of a proxy for the size of the organization, and then the service level. So whether or not the organization is entirely distributed, like the IVOA, whether or not the organization provides a core set of services and then points to other services that they are not in control of. That's the approach that Canada and the EOSC is taking, or whether or not the Commons provides all of the service in a tightly integrated package, and that such as the Japanese infrastructure. All of this work is going to be taken, the model output and the narrative that supports it, that being the model of the attributes and the KPIs, will be taken together to create a roadmap by the interest group to figure out what the next step should be for Commons integration. So I just want to close by thanking all of the members of the working group for all of their work here. The speaker series begins again in April. We're going to do that through July. And then for those of you who plan to be in Salzburg, we will have version 2, or the final version of this work, presented at IDW. So I think that's my time, Sarah, if I'm not mistaken.
Perfect. Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Karen. And can we give Karen an extra special clap for doing a live demo, which I think is always particularly difficult. Can we ask you one question before you run off? Is that okay? So we have a few questions in the Slido, and the one that's been most voted is, were there any gaps in services, tools, infrastructure, or programs that you saw in the speaker series? We're going to ask this to the panel as well, so we'll see the key gaps from them, but whether there's any you noticed as well.
That's a fair question. And I'd have to look at my notes because we did add a couple items to the potential attributes. Yeah, sorry. No, I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I can look into it and get back to you on that. Yep.
Super. Thank you very much, Karen. Okay, so next up, we're going to have Hans Pfeifenberger, who's going to talk about the elephant in the room, the role of commercial cloud providers. Sorry for all the changes. And sorry for the tech setup here. The guys are super because we're doing this remote streaming as well. So we're going to pull up Hans's slides, and hopefully everyone sees those remote participants and people in the room. And then the clicker should work.
Already? Yes, now I am. Meanwhile, there are some people in the room who know me that, and I need to tell the others that I like to provoke. I want to transfer to you some simple messages. One of them would be to the implementers and the funders of EOSC and other commons: watch your back. So yeah, don't spoil the surprise. I will be trying to show you a look at clouds from the perspective of a data journal, which I founded together with a friend in 2008, which has now become, well, I must brag about it, one of the highest ranking in terms of impact in our disciplinary areas. It's like rank 4 or 5 in 1 or 2 of the disciplinary groups behind such journals as Nature, Science, and 1 or 2 review journals. So people actually flock, or authors flock to this journal. And so it's perhaps quite interesting to see what they do in clouds. It was Karen's idea to look at the elephant in the cloud here. It's big enough, is it? And my agenda is this one. First, I need to explain a little bit about how ESSD, the data journal works, and then I would like to tell you about the lessons we learned about data infrastructures from the articles in that journal. And then I will try to explain why scientists work that way, talk a little bit about the commercial current cloud providers offerings or illusions, and then come to my conclusions. So in 2007, 2008, there was the International Polar Year, and my friend Dave Carlson was the program director of that thing, which happened to be about 60,000 people from 100 countries or so doing coordinated polar research. And one of the justifications of that big program was the data legacy, which was to be, well, there are every 25 years, there is a polar year. So we need to have the data 25 years later, was the idea. We had an appropriate data policy, open data policy, and both Dave and I thought that that would probably not happen, and it didn't. So that is, people didn't actually provide that data, or only to a very small extent. We also knew about link rot at that time. You know that as well. The half-life of web pages is 2 years, an old thing. So the idea of a data journal was, for one, to provide peer-reviewed data to assure quality of the data, and most of all, to provide a recognition and reward to the data creators. so that they actually had an incentive to provide the data. And the only technical requirement on authors was, sorry, that the data they were writing about should be pointed to via a DOI, which was at that time a rather new idea. So an example how that works out. Here's an article in Nature Climate Change about global warming. Sorry. This references an article in ESSD where the actual meat is about the data. It's much longer than the Nature Climate Change article to justify the data and so on. And this one again refers to via DOI to the actual data set, which in this case is a huge Excel table or a number of sheets, huge one. So we have now had yearly carbon budgets from 2012 to 2022, and they all had DOIs. At the CDAC, that's the Carbon Dioxide Information and Analysis Center, hosted by, or at that time hosted at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, funded by the Department of Energy in the US. But the first data set actually, which was hosted there, was already in 2009, and we had to convince CDAC to use DOIs on data. We did. So, but in 2017, CDAC shut down because, well, Department of Energy probably wouldn't give any, well, I don't know why. Anyway, they shut down. They were shut down. The good news is actually that all the global carbon DOIs still resolve. Most of them went from the Oak Ridge site to Lawrence Berkeley. The not so good news is the metadata degraded. One can still find that out because there's one old page where you can see how data looked at CDAC. And most DOIs resolve to just one page, so that you have to figure out which version is which, and so on and so on. And worst of all for scientists, there are no authorships for the data at the rescue site. Very bad. From 2017 on, data were submitted to GCOS, which is an ESFRI, a European permanent persistent data infrastructure. The DOIs resolve, of course. There's good referencing, which is perhaps even machine readable. That's fine. But having a look again at the 2009 Carina DOIs at CDAC, we see that they don't resolve anymore. That they've resolved technically, but the site is gone. cdiac.ornl.gov is not found. And the Carina website is gone with it, which is particularly bad because it held MATLAB codes. One can dig that up via archive.org, but I don't see that as part of the Commons concept. So now to the strange case of Pangea versus Sinodo. I don't know if you know Pangea. This is a repository for earth science data, which has a quite extensive metadata schema. And from the first article until 2018, there were 4 DOIs pointing to Pangea per 10 articles. And from 18 to 22, that dropped to half. At the same time, out of nothing, in 2018, there were 2 data DOIs pointing to Sinodo per 10 articles, and that doubled until last year. So they exchanged their places in a way. What made the difference? Why don't people use Pangea? It has so much better metadata, doesn't it? Sinodo is very simple. Yeah, that's the answer. You can upload a data set, edit your metadata, that is mainly your name, put in your name and get DOI just in minutes. That's the whole point, in my opinion, why people go to Sinodo, not a more complicated repository with better metadata. So Google Earth Engine, now to the clouds, to the real clouds. But I told you all this because it provides the underlying motivation of people. Google Earth Engine at ESSD. In 2018, there were the first mentions of Google Earth Engine in 1.6% of all articles in ESSD of that year. And in this year, we see 15% mentioning the Google Earth Engine. That is, people somehow used Google Earth Engine in the easiest case to just extract subsets of data or create some other product from the data available at Google Earth Engine, from the satellite data, which were originally from NASA and ESA, Copernicus satellites. Why didn't they get that from the original providers, is the question. Well, I would say it was just easier. And many use Google Earth Engine today to analyze a combination of Google Earth data, that is the satellite data from, mainly the satellite data from NASA and ESA, together with their own data, sometimes in combination with machine learning codes running on the Google Cloud. And at least one of a product created this way is even hosted by Google Earth Engine again. And we at ESSD just ask for a static copy of that at Sinodo. So why don't these people use EOSC, you might ask? Well, I got one answer, unfortunately, last December. There was a webinar from EOSC Future and one presentation where a person actually tried to migrate a Google Earth application to EOSC. And there were huge gaps in what he experienced. First of all, he had to copy all of the data from a data center to a compute center, and that was not reliable. And the other part was that the software provided at the compute center was an open source package that was had very bad performance because it had to have all the data in memory, etc. But you should actually look at that thing. It's later in references of my talk. So why this pattern? How can we explain this pattern? Again, I think I gave most of it away. Scientists actually do not care about service providers and their terms and contracts. They just don't. They just want articles in high-ranking journals and get preferably citations for those articles, and that fast. They have to deliver. In some disciplines, people are expected to produce 2 articles per year, preferably with high citation rates also. And so they cannot wait for procedures, and they have even no time to learn a new technology before actually doing the research. As proof about the don't care about terms and contracts, they still publish in Elsevier journals, which is bad enough. If you have ever read the authorship contracts of these providers, of these publishers. Also, scientists don't care about metadata as long as their name and affiliation is on the list of authors. Oops, no. Wrong button. And most scientists actually will strictly do not more than required to get those publications. That's a repetition, but still, yes, most. There are some, and I will, and I have an example of that in the bonus material, and you should look at this as well. Because of limited time, I will not tell you about that example, which is very nice. Or if I have, I will show it to you. What is next with Amazon and Microsoft? You might have seen these offerings like Amazon Omics, and you should look at particularly, well, how does it work? Yes, there. You should look at this clause here in the bottom right corner, protect patient privacy with HIPAA eligibility and built-in data access and logging. So that is, they are offering not just omics, but omics for health applications, which are particularly sensitive and so on. And they claim they can do that legally, at least in the US. And they have things like this year, AWS Academy, where they're offering, provides higher education institutions with a free, ready to teach cloud computing curriculum. And you know what happens when a higher education institution gets an offer for free, they will take it. Things like MATLAB for nothing. And then if you go into industry or even into a research institution, a public research institution will have to pay heavily. But anyway, this will have an impact, I just say. Likewise, if you go to Microsoft, there was a news item early this year which made Dave and me really think hard about what that is. Microsoft is running a foundation model for weather and climate, or actually these are a number of models on Azure. And they claim they are very good at predicting weather at a regional scale, etc. They can downscale. That's a hard question normally, and so on. That's a huge claim. If you go to the Microsoft Planetary computers, see again, just as with Google, a large catalog of pre-arranged data with which you can work in a hub, which provides, well, the point is familiar open source tools. The keyword is familiar, and allows users to easily scale their analysis, of course, on Azure. And we all, I think, are wondering what will happen with the GitHub Copilot with ChatGPT-4 attached to it. Will it draw all the people, including scientists, to do their work on GitHub, the Microsoft GitHub? I mean, so my conclusions are possibly, and I'm being very unfair now, Google, Amazon, Microsoft can take away the most impactful research, biomedical research, health, environment from EOSC and other commons at will. There are huge advantages for scientists, of course, in productivity, and this advantage will be increasing very fast. One could ask, are these commercial clouds not less reliable than publicly funded clouds? They could at any time switch those services off. Yes, but as we have seen, so can DOI, Department of Energy, and others. So what is actually hampering EOSC? My hypotheses are, one, the federated architecture is designed to match funding sources. It is not necessarily the best technical decision. There is an insufficient focus on user experience and in particular on productivity of scientists. This must be the foremost focus of further development. And there is, in my experience, and I know this at least from Germany very well, there is no funding for data management operations. The German NFDI funds only research and development and coordination and whatnot, but not operations, period. And I suspect this is also true for things like human capacity development and so on, which is very important in this area. So with that, I conclude with thanks and ask for questions, if any.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Hans. Really amazing provocation. And we only have one question in the Slidos, which I'll show you here, but I'm sure there's lots in the audience. So if anyone wants to add one just now, please do. But Mickey Lindlar was asking, did when you were saying about DOIs resolving, does that mean they resolve to the landing page or down to the actual data linked from the metadata landing page?
In most cases, actually, today, they resolve to landing pages. And then you may easily find the link to an actual data set. And I may talk about, well, Dave and I actually had it this year in our regular talks. There was a case of a European infrastructure, which will I not name, where they said they had a persistent identifier, which was a certain good-looking URL, let's say, which was redirected through a European institution to a European research institution, went to a landing page, and on the landing page, there was a URL which pointed to a different computer where the data were in an FTP server. And the landing page said, well, we are not so very sure that we can actually maintain the relationship with this URL to the data sets. Please help us if it doesn't work. So this was not a minor institution.
Yeah. Now, I know we're running over time, but I'm going to take the liberty to ask you one other question that came in, because this is also one that is kind of like a question we'll put to the panel. So you talked about the issues for EOSC and other public funding infrastructures and platforms that they clearly can't compete with the tech giants. How can they complement instead? Is that my phone with the timer, or is that somebody else's phone? It stopped, so it's not mine.
Actually, I must admit, I have not much of an idea at this time, because my suspicion is that much of the funding, much of the energy of people is too not just distributed, but there's too many repetition of work. There's too much repetition of work. I have an example, a wonderful example from my former institute, where they developed a wonderful software for analysis and display of marine data. And this is now running as a web service on 3 different computing areas. One is from the institute, one is CDataNet, the other one is at the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. Each one has a different compendium of data beneath it. This is just due to funding.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's more a challenge to funders, perhaps.
Yeah, and we have the funders forum here, and hopefully we have some funders in the room. So maybe it's a topic that can be picked up. Thank you so much, Hans. That was really fantastic presentation. What I'm going to do now, we have a panel session. Do you want? So if I invite the panel up to the seats ready for them here. And we'll get the Slido up on this screen. Great. Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, and we have Javier remotely. Javier, do you want to speak out just so we know we can hear you okay?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine. Perfect. Okay, so what I'm going to do actually as an opening question to the panel is just ask everybody to introduce themselves and reflect on one of the key challenges they feel there is in terms of developing open research commons. So maybe Javier, do you want to start? Sorry, I should introduce Javier, but it's from the European Commission. You can also introduce yourself in EOSC a little.
Sure. Thank you, Sarah. Well, first of all, saying thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here today. It's a pity I cannot be in person, but I will be in Gothenburg from tomorrow until Friday. Hope to catch up with you then. Yeah, my name is Javier Lopez, and well, a bit about my background. I am a physicist, and I have been active in research for the largest part of my career in the field of particle physics, as it is done in particle accelerators and so. And 6 years ago, I moved into management, implementation, and policy making in the European Commission in different services. And since a year and a half ago, more or less, I work in the Open Science unit of the European Commission Directorate for Research and Innovation, where most of my work is actually dedicated to contribute to the development of the EOSC, mostly from a policy perspective. I don't have probably the needed technical background, or well, as much as many of you do. Very quickly about what are the main challenges for EOSC? Well, it's difficult to pick only one. Maybe to give a bit of perspective, it is important to keep in mind that the EOSC is not a single site infrastructure, but it is conceived as a systems of systems, or as a federation, bringing together many different data sources and service providers. This could be research infrastructures, libraries, smaller research groups, etc., etc. And the ambition is to connect all these different nodes, all these different sources, to enable sharing of fair data and services. So I would say that the major challenge is actually to ensure the alignment and coordination among the many, many different stakeholders involved in making this ambition happen. And these range from well, of course, policymakers, funders, and national authorities, and of course, the research community at large at many different levels. So yeah, the EOSC is to a very large extent a policy process aiming at aligning and defining standards and making sure that we all push in the same direction. Of course, there are also big technical challenges ahead, but maybe since I come from the policy perspective, I would signal this effort of coordination and alignment at many different levels. That is the one I would signal as the most important one. Actually, I think that Hans, in his talk, he has a slide that says, may all your problems be technical. Right? Okay, so in a way, I concur. There is a broader set of problems there.
Exactly. Okay. I think the human challenges are often much larger. Thank you very much. So I'll just work around. So Andrew Trelaw from Australian Research Data Commons, do you want to go next?
Sure. Thanks, Sarah. Is this on?
Yeah, not yet, but hopefully in a second.
Testing. Yes.
Did you turn the button off, Hilary, after you spoke? Okay. Yeah. I know, but it's red. Is that one working? Yeah, that one's working. So I've got it on.
I think it likes me better.
It's because we don't want Australians to speak.
That's it. That's an entirely reasonable position. So I work for the Australian Research Data Commons, specifically looking at focusing on e-research platforms, VREs, and also software. And the three challenges that I want to give have not necessarily been endorsed by my CEO. I thought of them on the plane coming across, so she may want to say, no, that's not it at all, but never mind. So the three that leapt out to me were, first of all, sustainability. We're building up this complex web of different kinds of research objects and services. So it's no longer just the publications or the publications and the data, it's the publications and the data and the software and the services and the tools. And I think one of our challenges is making sure that that persists and that the connections don't break. The 25-year time frame that Hans gave us for the International Polar Year, I mean, 25 years is a really scary length of time. And yet that's the kind of time frame that we need to be working across. So sustainability. Second is what I've called assessment. That is the infrastructure that we manage, all of us, is not just there for its own sake. It's there to make a difference to the lives of researchers. And yet the impact of our infrastructure is way downstream from what we do. We provide infrastructure so that researchers can do things better, so that they can produce results, so that those results have an impact in the world. But being able to demonstrate those impacts to the people that fund our infrastructure is a real challenge. And the third challenge is one that I think a lot about for our commons, because the Australian Research Data Commons is trying to cover all areas of research. And so that means that we have to meet the needs of what I call in-domain users, people within a particular discipline, like the examples that Hans gave us. How do we make sure that we provide a good job of meeting the needs of researchers within particular disciplines? And yet we also have to meet the needs of researchers from outside those disciplines who still could use the data that those disciplines hold. And meeting the specific needs of a marine researcher, and at the same time meeting the needs of a humanities researcher that needs to access or could benefit from marine data, I think is a real challenge for us.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Andrew. And next we'll come over to Dawei Lin. If you could give us a little example of what you think the biggest challenge is from your perspective.
Yeah, sure. I will endorse all those challenges, good challenges. And I'm from National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, which is part of NIH, National Institute of Health in the US. And my division fund about 40% of NIH sponsored research, which is also a big chunk of immunology global investment for research. And my group is to develop strategies to maximize the data potentials for new discoveries and generate new hypotheses and apply those knowledges to cure diseases or better treatments. And the challenges I think I want to mention is specific to like immunology community, but probably have the similar examples in other disciplines, is that is to understanding how data commons related to the immunology data types, like some flow cytometry, T cell, C cell, repository, repertoire, and clinical data. And those data types really require a lot of curations and harmonization in order for them to be useful or interoperable. And on top of that, and there's also not a lot of the tools are cloud ready. So so a lot of immunologists is still using the local resource, and some of them still consider the cloud is expensive. And I think that is the challenges that we are facing, to encourage the immunologists and maybe other research to join the data common ecosystem and be part of the community. I think that's the challenges we're facing.
Thank you so much. And next we'll come to Kathleen Shearer from CORE.
Well, thank you for inviting me. I'm the executive director of CORE, which is the Confederation of Open Access Repositories, and we are an international association. And we're very much focused on repository interoperability, but really at the global level and sort of across domains and also across different types of repositories. So we're trying to connect publication repositories, data repositories, repositories that collect a variety of different resources. That's one challenge. And the second challenge is we are connecting repositories that perhaps, for example, collect content in different languages. So if you imagine what really makes repositories interoperable right now is the level of metadata. And if that metadata is in many different languages, that creates an interoperability challenge. And I guess the third challenge really, I think, is the difference in resourcing, which is very great between developed countries and developing countries. And standards tend to be set by the highly developed countries, and sometimes they're just not applicable in under less resourced environments. And so trying to bridge that gap is what we're trying to do at CORE. One thing I did want to mention is, although most of repository interoperability is based on metadata interoperability and aggregating metadata into an aggregation for search and discovery and so on, there are next level sort of interoperability things that are being developed. One is something called signposting, which is something that repositories can do to link machines to the full text from the landing page. And another project we're working on is the Core Notify project, which is using a standard way to interact directly between repositories and one repository and another, or repositories and other types of services. So the challenge around that is getting those repositories, all the repositories in the world, small and big, to be able to adopt these common technologies, approaches, and behaviors while still supporting bibliodiversity, which is really important. So we want to ensure that the research outputs and the different languages are supported in the global knowledge commons. So I think I'll leave it there and pass it on to Shiomo.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm just going to make a quick announcement for the people who are remote as well. Hopefully they're also having a good experience. If you're having any issues, put them in the chat. And thanks to Najla for addressing these. All the questions are going through Slido, so put them in there. And I think you can make the speakers bigger, apparently, by pulling the screen over, because I think you all look too small remotely, sadly. So now we have a pronunciation challenge for me. So the final person on the panel is Tiamo Mochekwa. Hopefully I said it right.
Well done. Well
From
done.
the African Open Science Platform.
Okay.
So what are the challenges you see?
Thank you very much. I think we've met a couple of times now. We're together in Trieste and other platforms. And I think it's also good to see Kathleen here. We're together last month in New York at the Open Science Conference hosted by the library there. Very, very good discussions on open access. And I have to say, we are having these conferences and these conversations, and we really need to knit the thread, so to say. There are some good outcomes coming from the conferences. I think when we reconvene, we may want to revisit what we talked about. I think we also convened in Brno in Czech Republic in October, where there was a fantastic declaration about research infrastructures. I was just looking at it when preparing for this panel. I think the call for actions there for policymakers and funders and everybody was very, very robust and strong. It could be very, very useful to take stock and see where those things. I'm saying this because I think for the African Open Science Platform, these collaborations will be very, very important. And I think the underlying research infrastructures are critical to the success of the commons. I think as part of this task, I've listed some things here. You know, the African Open Science Platform is an open science diplomacy platform, first and foremost, which is why I liked what the Malaysian Open Science Platform did in terms of engaging their stakeholders. Our emphasis as we unpack the strategy that was co-created with the stakeholders, including researchers, is really around coordination of efforts in the continent, of which there are many, and also stimulating this interactivity in the continent and creating opportunities in terms of obviously maximizing efficiency of scale. I think this is critical for us to also build these critical masses. And I think this commonality of purpose so that we can have joint action is critical. So really, normally when I said my presentation, I show the scale of Africa and how big these problems are when you look at the scale in terms of coordination, for example. So really, if I were to list the challenges for an open science platform, I would say first and foremost, coordination. In terms of the scale we're looking at. You'd agree that different countries have got different policy frameworks and there are different stages of development. So really coordination is a key one. And different countries obviously are also, funding things in different ways. I think what is also critical, and I appreciate what Javi was saying there, the lack of policies, guiding policy frameworks. I think this is critical because underlying those policy frameworks is things like research infrastructures, roadmaps, and the modalities of implementing things. If you don't have roadmaps, you've got nothing to guide you. So I think there's a gap there in the continent regarding some of these issues. The cost of infrastructure, even though we're not directly involved in the procurement of infrastructure, we work with NRENs and supercomputing facilities to provide these for our communities. But if you boil down, if you want to look at it, the cost and sustainability of these infrastructures is very, very prohibitive. Remember, countries are buying in dollars and euros, and the exchange rates are not necessarily that friendly. I think the issue of skills, very important. You can create an RI or research commons, but the ability of your stakeholders to use that RI or that data commons is very critical. So training, your stakeholders to make the effective use and efficient use of that are quite critical. And I think finally, it will be very, very useful for us when we engage stakeholders to also make sure that we engage governments in our interactions. I think in Africa more so. So we really need to do more to educate and engage policymakers in all this. Because at the end of the day, they need to be convinced to make the necessary investment. I know I took too long, but that's what I will say. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Lots of rich ideas there, but one I'm going to just pick up on is the idea of the coordination, because I think that's a challenge for each of us in our commons initiatives, but particularly, well, for RDA and communities like this to coordinate across the commons, which is really key. Now, we've got the Slido up. The first is actually a comment, not a question, but I do want to just acknowledge it, a big cheer for Hans, because I think that was a really refreshing and inspiring talk and does, address really key points that we have to pick up on. But the first question we will take to the panel, hopefully you can all see it and are maybe prepared for a response, comes from Karen Payne. How should we address the problem of commercial players' ability to soak up all the gravy and hard work of the research community without contributing to it? I don't know who would like to take that. I've asked them all to signal. I don't want to pick on anybody. Karen, you asked a difficult question. Yeah, Kathleen, or yeah?
I think we have to understand how the private sector works. They are based on return on investment and also providing value to their shareholder. And we also have to think about what public institutions needs to do, is to provide services at reasonable prices, maybe from the public purse. And the private sector is very efficient also in doing things. In the public sector, we know that things are slower. There's also restrictions and compliance issues regarding public procurement. So it could be that we need to think about how we fund publicly funded infrastructures, for example, and how do we make them obviously reasonably accessible to most, the social compact, so to say. So I don't think we can overly effectively compete with private sector, but I think there is a lot you can do in the public sector to make things more efficient, even that I don't think we're as efficient as you should be.
Yeah, and maybe also working with the kind of private providers on terms that kind of suit the public sector as well, maybe. Dawe, you want to come in?
Yeah, I want to add another perspective. I think at least from some of the projects like the NH has is more seeing the commercial provider as a partnership instead of like they take all the values. And like, for example, there is a large genomic data commons, like there's 2 petabytes of data that it's very hard to put the things together. But they generate 65,000 users per month. And so in a sense, there is a lot of value, but there's still a lot of other people may not be able to use it like using the research project. So there are some commercial partners, like I think NH has like a pilot for like 3 pilots, more like develop the user experience. I like what Hans mentioned, like the user experience and productivity, and then let them to compete with each other to see which one have the best solution in terms of increase the productivity. And so in that sense, I think there's a value on that. So it's not totally that, like they take the usage out of the content. I think in a sense, it's more like amplifier to amplify the value of it. So I think I just want to add that perspective.
Excellent. Okay. You want to come in too?
I just wanted to say a couple of things. One is like a commons, because today we're talking about a research commons.
Yeah.
A commons is really about a public good, and it's about open and accessible to everyone, like a park. And so I think that there is a role for the private sector to play. They're obviously better at certain things than the public sector, but we need to create the terms and conditions that we want them to participate in, what areas we think it's most appropriate for them to participate in.
Yeah, no, completely agree. I'm going to come to the next question because we've got quite a lot in the list, and people in the room and also online, please do vote for the question so you can determine what we're going to discuss. But the next one comes from CJ Woodford, who has been working with the GORC working group and doing tons of work in the background to pull together our MARTA document and all of the kind of analysis we've done, which you'll hear about in the plenary. And he says, how should the Commons use the outputs of the GORC working group, maybe as a checklist or as an assessment? I'm probably likely to come to Andrew on that because you're involved in this work, and maybe Karen, if you want to chip in, but if others want to comment, by all means do.
So that's a really good question. I'm going to cheat, and I think the answer is it depends. It's always a safe answer, right? So it depends on where your organization is in terms of its maturity and where it's trying to get to. I don't think we see the output of the working group as a checklist in the sense of you have to get a tick in every box before you can call yourself a Commons. I think it's, for me at least, it's more descriptive rather than prescriptive. And it's certainly not intended as a benchmarking tool. You know, you have to get to this level on each of these attributes before you can call yourself a Commons. But I do think it provides, let me switch metaphors. It provides a recipe where we're trying to lay out, here are the kinds of ingredients that you need. But as with any recipe, you can follow it slavishly, or you can say, well, okay, that's great, but I don't have that in my cupboard at the moment. I'm going to switch, I don't know, I'm going to switch cinnamon for cardamom. I'm going to use a different kind of brand of flour. Let me not torture the metaphor too much. But the point is that it gives you guidance about how you might construct a kind of Commons. And in the speaker series that Karen referred to, we've actually had lots of different kinds of Commons presenting that are trying to solve different kinds of problems for different stakeholders. And if one of the outputs from the working group allows people to see, oh, that's how they solve that problem, then I think that will be of value. At least I hope it will.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We've also got a question. Oh, sorry. Do you want to come in, Karen? No? Okay. We've also got a question from one of our remote participants, Victoria on Zoom, thinking really about how we drive the Commons. So should it be less about productivity, more about the incentives to kind of help the development of our Commons technologies, such as EOSC? So what is it that's really going to make that change? Javier, do you want to come in on that one?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I think this question touches on an extremely important topic that Hans also referred to in his presentation, which is the topic of incentives. Of course, I think that the engagement of researchers in Commons depends mainly on two things. One is how useful it is for them in their day-to-day life, so easy of use and added value to their activity. But another one, which is crucial also, is the incentives that they receive to actually engage. And this touches on a broader topic, which is the topic of research assessment. As Hans was mentioning, currently most practices are strongly focused on publications only, especially in the journal impact factor of the publications, and that is the main set of incentives for researchers nowadays. And there is a clear need to recognize a much broader diversity of practices by researchers, including open science practices and data sharing, etc., etc. So until researchers are actually not recognized and rewarded by these kind of practices, the engagement by the research community, I'm afraid it's going to remain limited, if not low. Actually, we are very much invested in Europe and in the European Commission in particular in facilitating a reform of research assessment along these lines. And that is a crucial policy element that concerns not only data sharing and facilitating the uptake of what the Commons proposed, but it is a bit of a broader scope. But I think it's actually essential.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So the next question I'm going to come to is from Carol Goebel, and I think it touches again on a really critical point. Do any of the panelists have advice on business models for Research Commons, or do we just keep assembling things from short-term grants? I think we all know project funding doesn't build infrastructure and services, but how do we do it? What is the business model? I'm sure we don't have a solution, but maybe some thoughts.
Yeah, this may not be the wise for the companies, but I think probably follow the similar principles. I mean, for the large infrastructure, you don't have a lot of places can do it, and so probably the small companies will focus on what their value aligns. You know, what is their the target customers and how they do things, and more like I think I think we'll talk a lot about the conference about like ChatGPT and all these large language models. And then one of the things is kind of refine the models to a particular audience. I think that's very similar to like the biotech companies that can do some customizations and focus on the value, the unique values they can provide.
Kathleen?
Yeah, thanks. I guess from my perspective, I think it really should be publicly funded research infrastructure. So I think we have underfunded this type of research on infrastructure compared to, you know, the labs and so on, but the dissemination and sharing of research outputs is very important. We're starting to realize that it can bring a lot of value and support the reuse of content and so on. So as much as possible, I think we should try to find models that are publicly funded models to support these types of infrastructures. But it means sort of redirecting funding from other places and awareness from our governments and funders that this is a priority and important.
Yeah. I'd like, so actually it's perfect the mic goes to you, because I've just highlighted one of the questions from Devika that's directed at you. What you said kind of sums up the plight of the global south. Should EOSC and the beyond address the issues and extend support? And that very much ties in with Alexandra's question. Should we invest in global commons that provide services and training to less developed countries? And I think this is a really important question for RDA, because we're trying to be that global forum and to support internationally.
Thanks, Sarah. And just to invoke the declaration that we signed up to in Czech Republic in October, I was just looking up the call for actions there on this particular question. It says here, research infrastructure policymakers and funders are encouraged to consider RIs as a strategic investment and take into account that construction of RIs embedded in regional, national, and national strategies holds a great potential to accelerate socioeconomic development. I think if you're looking for a business model, this also will facilitate. Here's another one. Policymakers and funders are encouraged to treat RIs as a long-term commitment in order to create a stable, reliable, and predictable funding environment. I think that's also key. And I think the last one that I'll quote is also important, that RI managers are encouraged to develop projects of RIs based on robust and sustainable economic models and implement them according to determined timeframes. And there's also another one on cross-sectorial linkages. So I think these are key issues when we were to develop any business models in terms of the value proposition for RIs. Thank you. And then, of course, to comment to the question you're asking about, we also had this discussion in Borno that is critical, especially in some domains, that we have a global picture. If you look at the weather and climate, the sparsity of observations in the African continent is worrying, because there's limited research infrastructures and sensor networks. But if we were to run climate models, I hear that Microsoft is doing some fantastic stuff there, and weather models, you need that density of observations. So it's critical that we collaborate to be able to develop a global picture based on the necessary infrastructure that we need. And sometimes we need these collaborations to provide capacity, not just in infrastructure, but also in skills. And I'm aware that EOSC is doing fantastic work. I'm aware that EOSC has been engaging, for example, South Africa, in terms of them benchmarking and looking at how things are done in EOSC, while that they develop their South African open science cloud. So I think these are key points. How do we have these leverage points? How do we have this engagement point through which we can leverage each other's competencies? And I'm aware that, as you know, there is the OSCA framework in terms of open science executives. We convene and we are looking into how we can collaborate across the world in terms of open science platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
May I add something?
Yeah,
Because
yeah, sure.
I'm just coming from the Walcheren Conference, which is the West and Central African Research and Education Network. We had a session on open science there, and one of the things that came up was that they have to send their data to Europe for it to be processed, and that's extremely expensive and time consuming and so on. So if Europe wants to help, or developing countries, I think helping them build the infrastructure in their own location is really important and much more helpful than asking them to send their data to be processed elsewhere.
Excellent. Andrew, yep.
So building on what Kathy and Shyamo said, I think there's value in having the infrastructures provided as close to the researchers as possible, particularly for the reasons of data movement that Kathy's just referred to. But because all research to a first approximation is international, we need to make sure that the standards that are being used and the standards that are being supported by the infrastructures are as consistent and compatible as possible between infrastructures and around the world. And so I think part of the role of the Research Data Alliance is to work to build those international standards, both for infrastructure provision, but also for particular research disciplines, or where they already exist. We've already heard about the IVOA example, to make sure that they're supported as much as possible.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm conscious of the time. Lunch starts in 3 minutes, but I think it's worth taking one more question from the Slido, which has got a lot of votes, which ironically was put in by Andrew himself, because it picks up on the disciplinary angle, which I think is also really key and highlights one of the things Hans raised about, the difference between depositing in something generic like Sinodo that's maybe quick and easy, and the richness you need with disciplinary services. And then I'm going to ask all of the panelists to give a very, very short takeaway, just literally like one sound bite that you each want to give. So hopefully you'll be out of here in like 5 minutes. If you want to go for lunch earlier, by all means leave, we won't be offended. So does anyone want to answer that discipline focus question? So does the discipline focus of NFDI, which is the National Forschungsdata Infrastructure, I think in Germany, provide a partial answer to meeting the needs of researchers? Does anyone want to pick up that discipline angle? Or Andrew, do you want to answer your own question? Well, Hans, do you want to say something? Would you like to? Or you can answer over coffee, or? Okay, he'll think about it and he'll get back to you. Okay, so then it brings us to the little final takeaway. Does anyone want to volunteer to start? Or shall I? Kathleen or Javier, do you want to give your little soundbite first? What's the key kind of takeaway message you would have for the audience? Key lesson, key solution?
Well, there are many topics on the table and short time to discuss them. So maybe I will go for a very general reflection to conclude, which is the fact that to the best of my knowledge, all the successful, truly international or global scientific cooperation initiatives in history have been led by the research community itself. So I think it is crucial to keep the dialogue and to put the research community at the forefront of what we are trying to achieve here. And that in that sense, counting with community-led initiatives like RDA or these kind of meetings where we can informally discuss, understand each other's perspective, reach consensus on topics, etc., etc. It's really the building stone for further progress. And that is, those would be my final words. I hope to have the chance to discuss more in detail when I am in person.
Yeah, yeah. Please do catch up with Javier when he comes over. He'll be here the next few days. So I'm going to go the other way round. Tiamo, if you're willing to give a final soundbite takeaway.
I have many sound bites. I'm disappointed that you are finishing early.
Not early. It's now lunchtime.
That's okay. It's okay. It's a good chance. I think key thing for me is let's implement the very many things that we've agreed. The UNESCO Open Science recommendations are there with clear indications of who should do what. And there will be a monitoring and evaluation framework. Many countries have got policies, but the rubber needs to hit the road. I just mentioned the Brno declarations we had in October, which are very, very relevant. They also talk to us sharing experiences, good practices internationally, making sure that we share experiences regarding funding, road mapping, landscape analysis, user strategies. Let's create a common pool of shared experiences, and then let's leverage each other's expertise.
Yeah.
And indeed, let's bridge those gaps, because if we are going to solve global challenges, you have to move together. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Kathleen?
I guess for me, it's data curation.
Mm-hmm.
Something that Hans pointed out. I think it would be great if we could put more resources towards data curation.
Yeah.
And, getting on my hobby horse, if we had one APC, the cost of one APC for every data set or a resource that we deposited into our repositories, we would have a very, very beautiful and functional knowledge commons. So I think we should think about how we can direct more resources to data curation of the content.
Thank you. Dawe?
Yeah, I want to come back to that coordination topic. I think that was important because I feel overwhelmed with all the questions, all the perspectives, things we didn't answer. There's the message is very complex. So how can we come up a simple message? Is more like the FAIR principles for data, or trust principle for repository, or CARE principle for community, that there's some like principle level is to emphasize the core values of research data commons. And that message can talk to everybody, like the policymakers, researchers, and can we come up with that message first, and then make sure that we realize the importance of the research data commons, and then we can trickle down with the different level of coordinations. That's what I'm thinking.
Thank you. And much as I don't like to do it, the final word to Andrew.
So harsh. So the world has many problems. There are lots of researchers trying to solve those problems. I think the motivation for all of us should be, how can we make their lives easier and more streamlined so that they can transform the kind of things they can do and the speed with which they can do them.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of the panelists for a very rich discussion. All of the people, sorry? Yeah, I know, Javier, he's on my screen here. I was a bit confused about what's coming up next. So Javier is still here, so I'll wave to him and thank him on behalf of the audience here. But also all of the panelists here in person. Hopefully, it's a little bit of a experiment running hybrid. Hopefully it worked for you, putting everything online on the Slido, not speaking out. And also for the remote participants, hopefully that was a good experience, but feedback to us if it worked or not. We now have lunch and we're only like 5 minutes late for lunch, which is kind of unbelievable. You have an hour and then we're back at 2:30 with a session on interoperability, which Carol Goebel is going to chair. Thank you very much and see you soon.
Getting started. Please take a seat. So to stick to the timetable, welcome to the session this afternoon, which is around the glue to a successful commons, the interoperability part. This is going to be a series of lightning talks showcasing the RDA EOSC Future community work. My name's Carol Gobe. I'm Professor of Computer Science at the University of Manchester, and I'm going to be chairing this session. We're going to have 5 lightning talks. And at 4 minutes, I'm going to stand up here to let these folks know that they've got 1 minute left. And at 5 minutes, we're all going to start clapping. And that way we'll keep to the 5 minutes. And after we've done these presentations, there'll then be a question and answer session for everybody. Slido will be operating the whole time. Please when you use the Slido, be clear who you're directing your question to. So put the name of the person you're directing the question to. Okay. And the other final innovation is I'm going to introduce everybody by their first name so they don't have the embarrassment of me bashing their surnames. So the first out the rank is Magdalena, who's going to be speaking about harmonization and alignment between vocabularies for interoperability.
And can you hear me? Thank you for inviting me. So the most hard part is how to switch to the first slide, because now we are at my last one. Okay. So yes, that's great. And how I can move the slides? No, it doesn't work. No. Okay. So I introduce myself because I have very and the font is a little bit different that I expected. Okay. So my name is Magdalena and I'm from Gdańsk University of Technology, and I'm here because of the project I'm really happy to have for RDA and EOSC Future. And our project is like in progress and in the beginning of the stage, and we will be dealing with 4 domains, which is architecture, civil engineering, economics, and natural language processing. However, I would like to focus also to show you how we deal with the harmonization on vocabulary from our previous project, which focus on establishing a research repository and 1 domain repository for pathomorphologists. So when we started to talk with the researchers, the first thing we focus and we issue, it was the lack of awareness of metadata standards. Or on the other hand, it was too many metadata standards which were used by researchers. And for us, it was really hard to recognize 1 standard per domain. Then, of course, it results in the limited accessibility and findability of the data, which results in limited reuse of data. And again, it results of the lack of awareness of data sets and research data by the researchers. So when we started on the vocabulary issues, we resolved to divided our work in terms of regarding interoperability in 3 main layers. The first one was organizational community interoperability stage. And in that stage, we focus mainly on the processes, which had to be coordinated by different communities, different research teams, and we wanted from the teams to achieve the mutual goals. The second layer was semantic interoperability. So we wanted vocabularies and exchange data to be understood by all scientific researchers and communities. And the third one was technical interoperability, which we focus on mainly on linking data, system, and services, and on the multidisciplinary level. We didn't really want to focus on the domain specific. So what our main goals were, it was the first one, data harmonization. We wanted a systematic process for validity. The second, we wanted to reduce the vocabulary proliferation. And the third one, aligning vocabularies with codes and also the value sets. And here on the slides, you can see our experience based on our domain research repository. We call it a virtual microscope or a digital pathology. So the first thing was aligning work processes and operations. So we try to integrate it different activities. The second one was knowledge sharing. We try to define best practices and, for example, also specification of metadata. The third one, value creation. So common metadata descriptors were developed. And the fourth one, strategic alignment. So we try to deal with the different regulation we got, for example, from Biobank, which we get raw samples, or ethical committees. So here on the slide, you can see our one of our sample. And the data in our repository at the moment is 20,000 DICOM images of images of tissues and organs. You can see the metadata descriptors, and the most unique one is this one, actually written manually by doctors. So, okay. Thank you very much. The last slide you already seen.
Well done. Okay. Okay. So, Rinja.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is, yeah, that's all. Oh, that's great.
Oh.
So for the first slide, I'm here with my head as one of the co-chairs of the IG Fair Digital Object Fabric.
I'll pause you, Rinja, till your slides get up. No, I fixed it.
It really doesn't matter.
I could announce your title if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll announce your title. It's here we are. How Fair Digital Objects Enable Interoperability, a position from the RDA Fair Digital Object Fabric Interest Group. Is that right?
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Thank you.
Yay.
And
yeah. Hey, here we are. I'm restarting you.
Here it is. But that one doesn't work. Next. Here we are. Okay. The first point is, I think I wanted to point out just an explanation. What is a fair digital object? So just to make it simple, there are lots of different kind of specifications of that. Just to make it simple, just think of it. It's an overarching representation of research data or some other digital things that contain all information which are required for fairness. So it has data, it has a PID, and it has properties which are described by metadata. And one of the important ones in here is, for example, the data has a type. Okay. So what we have here is a general concept. It bundles all the information, and this is meant to make it interoperable on a concept level. So since, for example, we also store the type in the metadata, it's becoming, let's say, not machine actionable by itself, but at least machine interpretable. And of course, we need all the information for fairness. If we want to implement that, and this is something we can do since we have the RDA recommendations, which are endorsed by the PID group, the PID information types, the data types registries, the PID kernel information. So we can build it up as a simple kind of a record, which you see here, which contains of a PID, the structure, the profile, the type, location, all, and some more information. So this is just one implementation of the concept. So, and now going into the real thing, which is more the interoperability. What I was talking about was the right-hand side of this kind of a box here, the technical implementation. Oh, this is something I didn't want to do. So the technical implementation, it's based on a technology. And since we have many technologies, for example, RDF or these the technologies for linked data, they can be manifold. There can be many solutions for that. Since technology is developing, it's quick, it's dynamic, it evolves over time. And if we dig into it and make these fair digital objects realistic, then it's getting complex. Interoperability we will get on the technical level with the APIs, with the protocols, the access, and so on. On the other hand, with a totally different time scale is that what is here on the left-hand side, the concept. So it is meant, like I tried to explain it beforehand, it's general, it's simple, and it bridges borders because it also includes legacy repositories, legacy data, as well as new data. So, but these processes to create such a concept is slow. It's based on consensus. So for example, in RDA, it took us many years to come to a common consensus that PIDs are useful. It took a long time. So, but these kinds of concepts, independent of the technology, they are long lasting and therefore more sustainable. And they are technology agnostic. Technology changes over time. The implementation I have showed, maybe in 5 or 10 years, it doesn't exist anymore, or it doesn't work anymore. So, and here we have a certain kind on a concept level, a certain kind of interoperability. And what we have to do for the future, always to look at both paths. If we look into the interoperability, the fast, quick, changing interoperability on the right-hand side with the technical implementation, but also at the left-hand side on the concept level. Thank you very much. I wanted to win the prize.
Yeah, that was amazing. You had 1 minute left. So now I've got to turn off my timer. So our next speaker is, who gets an extra minute, presumably, is Alexandra, and she's going to be talking about interoperability and fair in disciplinary repositories using RDA's trust principles based on the RDA grant to REPOPSI, which sounds intriguing.
Thank you.
So let's wait and see your slides come up first before we start timing you.
It's a very long title, but essentially I will talk about REPOPSI's interoperability challenges and needs. Oh, okay.
Take a while
Okay.
to show up, yeah.
So thank you for having me. I'm Alexandra, and I'm a researcher in psychology from the University of Belgrade in Serbia. So just to provide some context first, REPOPSI is an open repository for research data, specifically for surveys, questionnaires, and tests in Serbian that we use when conducting research studies in psychology. It relies on the free platform, which is called the Open Science Framework platform, to store the instruments. And we launched it 3 years ago at our lab with virtually no funding up until now, that is. So at the start of our EOSC Future and RDA funded project, we wanted to evaluate the fairness of our repository using the RDA's Fair Data Maturity Model. And as expected, this showed that one of the biggest challenges, the weakest point of RAPOPC, is interoperability, which mostly stems from the fact that almost no metadata are expressed in a standardized format. So we decided that one of our goals of the project will be to pilot the application of a controlled vocabulary to a repository that follows the FAIR principles. Almost all metadata on the Open Science Framework relies on free text input. So for example, instruments are described using a set of tags or keywords. You can see some examples of those tags on the slides, and they can be as accurate and as specific as we want them to be, and they do increase discoverability. So they help the user search the repository and find the exact instruments they need. However, they are not fair in any way. They are not standardized. They cannot be resolved using a persistent identifier. They are not consistent, and they are not that useful to the people who are not familiar with the field. However, if we wanted to apply an existing thesaurus, FAIR thesaurus to RAPOPC, we would run into several issues. Most importantly, the Open Science Framework does not have the infrastructure that allows us to implement such a vocabulary, so we would have to manually create an XML file for each instrument that contains embedded keywords and tags and other metadata. This is an example of what such a file could look like. And we created this example using the DataCite metadata schema. And then we would have to upload each XML file to the component or folder on the OSF for each instrument separately. So this would be a time-consuming process. Also, these predefined terms from the thesaurus could prove challenging to apply because they are usually not as specific as free text keywords can be. So we would probably just end up using the broad terms that are not that useful to our users. Of course, we would be adopting such a thesaurus after a lot of the data and metadata were already created, which would just, so this process would turn even more time consuming. So what do we need? Ideally, so in an ideal world, we would want a data support infrastructure that allows us to apply a FAIR compliant controlled vocabulary. And it would be great if this infrastructure were free and accessible to us, so researchers in social sciences. And secondly, we would need a FAIR compliant controlled vocabulary that is tailored specifically to psychology. Thank you.
Another come under 5 minutes. Well done. So our next speaker is Chris from Vienna University of Technology Library, and he's going to be giving another vocabulary talk, vocabularies for cross-domain interoperability. And we'll wait until your slides come up.
Yes, thank you.
Remember to do your questions in Slido and to say who you want the question to be addressed to.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. As Carol said, my name is Chris Schubert from the University of Technology in Vienna. I'm also involved in EOSC, the group on Earth observation, in ISO, and also member of a control body of the European Inspire vocabulary. And here I want to start with one quotation there in a corner. What I liked to provide. It's out of the publication from Simon Cox et al. That we need a shared terminology, or the shared terminology is the key to accurate communication and enables for data integration. So, and the whole process and points I listed here. So data or open data driven processes need a higher level on interoperability with sustainable and reliable semantic artifacts like vocabulary. So a question, of course, is if you step into this technological world of frameworks, how many such vocabulary services exist, which have or can consider a real federated and holistic cross-disciplinary approach. I think it's not so many on the market, and of course we have also to discuss the needs for and the relevance of quality-est vocabulary services here, and we want to bring or increase a little bit the awareness of design concepts of such vocabulary services here, especially in the cross-domain aspect. An important thing is really, if you deal with vocabulary terminology and so on, is really to try to avoid redundancies of the content. So one example, I put it here. So it's just, I was looking for the concept forest. I put some examples here from the legal text, from legal text as concept definition, and with these lovely linked open data vocabulary service. I was also looking for the concept forest and was not such as satisfied to find these or correct definition. So on this or with this or existing ontologies and terminologies here. So, and one part could be really to go or to have or to raise the awareness on this existing governance model from ISO. It's one, the ISO 19135. So it's describes governance and procedure on register items. This is known, and Magdalena is also describing such part. But if you are dealing with vocabulary, we come to the terminal or to the concept of controlled vocabulary and also reference concepts here. And the question, of course, is to have an idea if there's really a community need to have a controlled vocabulary. And the second question is it do we have a still existing vocabulary or similar vocabulary system on the market, I would say. Yeah, our part on this project, and that's a nice opportunity to have it really. We want to elaborate the existing landscape based, of course, with existing standards and existing technical recommendation. We want to go also to the view on existing scientific and research actions here, like RDA, the Horizon Europe EOSC projects, for example. And in the end, we want to have a kind of not really a technical recommendation, but a description or design recommendation, which gives us recipes to solve these or to bring us a step forward regarding the technical implementation on vocabulary and terminology services here. Thank you.
You had 17 seconds left. And our last speaker is Wilma, who's from Elixir Sweden and the National Bioinformatics Infrastructure Sweden. And he's got the longest title, which will take up several minutes while we're getting your slides up, telling stories of convergence on shared interoperability practices across infrastructures and global data communities in the life sciences. And I'll start you when we get the slides up, Wilma.
Fantastic. So while the slides are getting up, my title is not about, I'm not going to talk and tell you a story about convergence. I'm going to talk about telling stories of convergence. Let me wait a second for the slides, but I come from a research infrastructure in Sweden, and it's connected to a wider network of infrastructures across Europe. And in order to be able to exchange information across these networks, you need to agree on some shared conventions. I mean, you could draw a parallel to speaking a language or a dialect or something like that, if you will. This applies across organizations, borders, disciplines, the legal aspects and other concerns. I will try to highlight some activities that we're working on at the moment. That's also kind of the background to this title. So let's see, here we go. So I'm gonna focus on giving you some context, and you should consider perhaps your own context when I tell or give you this introduction. So picture yourself, your organization, and the connections that you have to the communities and infrastructures that are relevant to you. For me, this is the National Bioinformatics Infrastructure Sweden. We're also connected to a wider network of infrastructure in the life science research domain, and it's called Elixir. To the right here, you can see the patchwork of infrastructures that are connected together. This is a complex area, and you need to have some sort of interoperability across all of these dimensions. So we're looking to find synergies and to leverage our collaborations to the best that we can. To do this, we are kind of converging on shared practices. And we use, for example, the RDA and EOSC aside from our already established collaborations. So consider your own context and how you connect to your communities and other partners. Elixir is going to be the second example here, and it's going to illustrate the structure that you can use to facilitate these kinds of convergence activities. You have a network of national networks, I would say in this case. So you have a national node connecting to the local infrastructures, and that national node then connects to the European other partners. And within Elixir, we have 5 platforms with common concerns and services that can be used across many different applications. And then we have something that's more aligned with the kind of user or stakeholder communities, task or theme-specific focus groups, and we also have several projects that are working towards finding solutions to common problems or things that we would like to improve. And this is an example of a list of communities, and I'm not expecting you to read all of this, but we have, for example, a community on federated human data and for plant sciences and rare diseases and things like that. So there are people, experts in this area, that give kind of their stories about what kind of platforms do we need to support this, and it can be in terms of data, interoperability, or training that's necessary for processing it. We also have several shared projects that we're working on, and these can drive shared solutions and defining just kind of shared goals and objectives, finding a common ground for doing that. And then we also have the focus groups, and I'm going to highlight 2 of these. One is the one bridging to the RDA activities that we're involved in across the nodes. And then one that's aligning with EOSC, the European Open Science Cloud kind of activities. And those are projects, and it's people who are part of advisory groups reporting together and things like that. Whereas the RDA focus group reports from these plenaries. And I think we have a selection of over 14 reports from historical plenaries that you could go back to if you want to. And then we have a mapping here, and this is an example of the results that I'm expecting from this activity. So we're going to end up with a draft collection of semantic artifacts, which is basically schemas or standards or data definitions and examples of how you produce them. And then a curated collection of use cases and case studies that people can use to learn on how to develop these themselves. And this work is being done in the context of the EOSC Association Task Force for Semantic Interoperability. And then we have a example of how we have approached this in the task force. I encourage you to take a look at the slides, some activities here. So we have the RDA activity here that you can join, and the co-located event at the end.
You nearly made it, Wilma. Okay, so thank you very much for everybody who stuck to their 5 minutes, voluntarily or not. And so now we have a 14-minute slot for questions. And can we have the Slido questions up on the screen, please? So we switched to the tech. Okay. That's great. And there we go. We just wait for that to miraculously appear. Okay, right. So first out the block is Renier. How are fair digital objects related to micro publications? Well, there's a very specific question.
Well, I think they are quite similar. If you go into the PID itself as a concept, but as we have here a special, so as in the concept, we just assume that we have a PID and some information attached to that. This is, I think, a bit more general as a micro publication itself.
Okay. But the micro publications themselves, they're a kind of knowledge fragment, aren't they? Do you have a micro publication which is a fair digital object, or fair digital object is made up of multiple micro publications? What's the relationship there?
Oh, so what we have, for example, we have research data, for example, which are represented in files because these are the raw data. On the other hand, we have metadata documents, and we have a fair digital object for each of them. So, and then you can just interlink them. You have your data publication itself, or your data fair digital object, and this also refers to a metadata object which contains all the information about the metadata, of course, but also how the metadata is structured, as well the semantics to it.
Okay. Thank you very much. So the next question is for Matti. Rule of thumb to everybody. Come up with an 80-20 solution for interoperability approaches. What to focus on if the resources are limited. So many of you spoke about semantics, but we also heard from Magdalena that there was many different layers of interoperability. So who would like to take this question? Magdalena, like to go first?
Working. Oh no, yeah. It's working. That's the very hard question. But from my perspective, what to focus on if the resources are limited? I think at the beginning I will focus on the establishing a right team, because in any projects we need to, and especially when we want to work on the establishing domain repository, we need team, and we need experienced team. We need the researchers, we need the IT, and we also need people who will organize everything and merge everything together. So I'm not sure if this is the maybe it's not the most expensive one, but still we need to get some incentives to for example for researchers to be experienced researchers to be a part of the projects. And I think this one, it will be the most challenging one, because I know that here on RDA and its beautiful idea that everything is based on the volunteering, but sometimes in the real life at the university, it's not so easy.
Alex, would you like to perhaps?
Yes, because our repository has very limited resources, especially at the beginning. So what helped us grow and apply some developments when we got funding was that at the start, we were very transparent about everything we did. We documented everything, and we were prepared to let our repository grow. All of those documents that we prepared at early stages, we didn't even have funds to hire a librarian, for example. So all was done by researchers. So all of those files, all of those documents helped us now prepare the interoperability sheet and tables and so on. So the team is important, the mindset that at some point you would have to start all over again, but still use something from the early stages. And transparency, definitely opening everything. So not just the data from the repository, but also the documentation that your team used for establishing the repository. So opening everything up, essentially.
Chris, you talked about services. Are there essential services in your 80/20?
Not really, probably there are other opinions, but luckily from the technical perspective, we do not have 20 open source solutions. So I think we have less, and it's not my task or not our task here to beginning from the scratch, but try to keep some rules how to manage, how to manage a kind of co-creation process of existing vocabulary. So this is a technical solution. I think it's not so difficult to step in and to get it. But of course, it takes time. It takes also funding. But yeah, this is more or less an operational process, and it's not in the research itself.
Yeah, Wilma, quick word.
Yeah, so I would say converging on repositories and making sure that you use them to the full extent, kind of finding good ways of encoding your data that fits the model of the repository, and then linking out based on that and solving specific issues to start with. And also perhaps, I lost my train of thought there, but I mean, focusing on specific issues and only solving those to start with, but picking from best practices that already exist instead of creating new solutions, that would go far.
Thank you. It's great. I want to go to Rinja for the next question, which is interoperability seems to be viewed as a technical issue and is pushed to tech teams. How to build the awareness of scientists, thinking from the fair digital object perspective, which has got quite a big technical drive to it. So how do we bring in scientists into that interoperability question? A little bit following on from the being useful in your interoperability, which is what I think Wilma was saying.
So from the scientist perspective, the best is if the scientists don't see it. They don't see it. You just have a PID, you refer to the PID, and you get the data as well as the instruction what to do with this data or the things. What was the second part of the question? So
so it's the question up here. All interoperability seems to be viewed as a technical issue and is pushed to tech teams.
Yeah. So we have now seen various aspects of interoperability. Magdalena started with it, with the administrative, semantic, and so on of interoperability. Here we viewed it from a different aspect, from the conceptual part. And here in the conception, we know whether these are fair digital objects or something else. We will need a kind of a consensus on a representation on data on a high level. And it will contain a couple of information. And I think without doubt, sooner or later, we will have something like that. Whether it's called a fair digital object or something else, we don't care. But it will be. But if you have to implement it, then you are coping with all the technical issues. These cover bridge, of course, these cover all the technologies. And this is the reason why I made this distinction in that direction and not in that direction.
That's great. And actually we have Magda has a whole bunch of questions coming up here. So your talk really hit a nerve there. And in particular, how do you deal with those higher levels of interoperability, like the ethics committee requirements and the legal aspects?
Actually, at the beginning, we also had to decide on the language. So because we are my team and we are in Poland, however, so all the vocabularies, all the data, all the requirements, and our ethical committee also is based in Polish, and they issue all the documents and vocabularies, ontologies in Poland. So we had to decide to translate everything in the to English. So now we operated in the two languages, Polish and English. However, what it was on my last slide, I didn't mention because of the 5 minutes rule. And we realized that sometimes we started to issue difficulties with differences between national law and international law. And now we are only based on the European level. And now we just start to thinking if we would like to go to the more international level, and they also have the different requirements and different regulation. So I think that be one of the most challenging topics or issue for our next stage.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. Our last question, because we've only got a couple of minutes left, which I think is anyone can take, is really about the multiple different layers of semantics. So we have, different colloquial languages versus quite formalistic languages between different disciplines. Many of you talked about vocabularies. How do we cater for the diversity of semantic mappings?
Do you want me to start?
Well, perhaps Chris could speak first.
I think one pragmatical solution is really to work on correct mapping scripts between the different concepts that exist. So because setting up an entire harmonized vocabulary is a huge process of discussion. So I made also my experience within the European Commission on that between the member states, but this was quite easy because we had a legal basement. But for research, it's different.
Alex?
This is a very complex issue, I think, because it doesn't apply only to control vocabularies, but to science in general, because you can have one term meaning one thing in psychology, but completely different in sociology. So we would have to reform all of science. So I propose that like a mid solution would be to, for example, in the case of our repository, keep also the free text keywords that help the users, help the community, increase discoverability, but also apply the best control vocabulary that best fits at the moment. So maybe just to keep both until we find until we reform science and everything means just one thing in every field, which is okay.
Well, on that extraordinary vision, I think we have run out of our time now and we're against a tight agenda. So thanks to all of our splendid speakers.
Is that working? Oh, okay, it's perfect. So we now have yet another session for you. Is Louise in the room? Yes, super. Louise is there. So Louise is going to be chairing the next session, which is going to have 3 contributions as well. I don't know if Dan and the others want to come up here or just come up as you come to speak. Yeah. Sorry if you weren't prepared for that. Okay, so our first speaker is going to be Layla. I'll hand over to Lou to.
Thanks, everyone. Yes, so hi, everyone. Welcome to the session on discoverability from general to community specific. I am Louise. I'm from Dunce, and I have the great pleasure of chairing the session today. Unlike the previous session, we've only got 3 talks, so we're going to take it slightly easier. So don't feel obliged to clap after 5 minutes. Give them enough time to actually finish their slides. But in keeping with the last session, I'm going to introduce people only by their first name. So first we have Layla from ZBMed, my bad, the Information Center for the Life Sciences. And she's going to be talking about linked open science at RDA.
So hello, everybody. And let's go into start with the talk about link open science. If I manage to find how to change. Maybe this one. Okay. Not too much. Yeah. Okay. So what I see as link open science is an intersection between link open data, FAIR, and open science. From link open data, we have RDF standards. It gave us a common ground. It talked about openness, and it also talked about linking elements to each other. From the FAIR, we are talking about minimum metadata. It is some of these metadata elements are specifically mentioned in the FAIR principles. We are talking about enriched metadata and community agreements. And when we talk about open science, we are talking about sharing data as much as possible. If we put all these elements together, so all the principles together, we get what we are calling link open science here. Very important when we talk about link open science, we don't want all the full extent of link open data. We want a lightweight version of it, and we want to combine it with FAIR and open science. So the idea is that we will get this metadata to enable bridges, to enable links, but also to improve ilities, for instance, reproducibility. It is a big community effort, and it is a big cultural change. We have already heard how scientists, how researchers don't care about metadata in hands talk. We also hear how repositories rely on metadata during the first panel. And just a moment ago, during the second panel, we heard how interoperability, which is highly related to metadata, needs some awareness and not only solutions at the technical level. This one, sorry. So I really think that metadata, it's the link open science superhero. If we have good metadata, we can get links between data, software, workflows, publications, and so on. And we can get more knowledge than if we have all the different elements in silos. And it is very important because also, even if the data or the software or whatever is closed, if we still have the metadata, we still have a common ground to refer to different things. Now, How are we working with Link Open Science in the Research Data Alliance? Let's going to talk about this research metadata schemas working group, which is already in maintenance. It run with about 140 group members, and we had a meeting once a month. And this group was working, the idea started in 2018, it started in 2019, and it ran until 2020. The idea was to review existing schemas that were describing about research data. And what we wanted to do here was to find common grounds on how to publish structured metadata about these research data. We use schema.org as the glue basis for all of them. And we provided some guidelines for the communities to know how to publish the structured metadata on the web, on landing pages. This is the supporting output. It's not the main one, but it is a supporting output. As you can imagine, because we start seeing different schemas, then we came up with a crosswalk along all these different schemas. And this is our supporting output. The main output of the group was a series of recommendations about how to publish a structured metadata. Here we can see it a little bit better. We talk about clarifying the purposes. You need to know why you want to embed structured metadata in your landing page. If you don't know that, you better don't go there. You need to know what you want to do and why you want to do it. You need to identify what is the metadata that you want to expose there. It doesn't have to be everything. Some data sets will have XML, RDF, comma-separated values, and not everything has to go to the structured metadata on the landing page. You need to select. You also need to see what else is in there. If you use your own schema or if you reuse an existing schema, it is very important to incorporate external vocabularies that will increase the interoperability and using consistent markup syntax. And you should follow common community practices. You should also be friendly with web crawlers. So just use a sitemap. That is always a good idea. And see which tooling is around in your community and document every step. This documentation was also mentioned in the previous panel. And rely on your community, which is not always easy. Sometimes we don't even know where our community is, but this is the guidelines that we came up. Now, we are also working about Link Open Science for Machine Learning, and this is kind of a joint effort between Elixir Research Data Alliance and the NFDI for Data Science in Germany. There is a new interest group, Fair for Machine Learning. I think we have had birth of feathers, but we will have the first session in this plenary. The idea is to join efforts with other players in machine learning. For instance, we want to work on metadata for machine learning, hopefully a new task force in this interest group. And we will start working with the data optimization model and evaluation DOM recommendations published by Elixir. And we will extend these to other machine learning approaches because this one is also for supervised machine learning. And we also want to extend the coverage of software in these recommendations. This is some of the things that we want to do. We also are working on Link Open Science for software management plans, and this is something that we are working on as part of the grantees for the EOSC Future RDA. And particularly, we're working on matching actionable software management plans. I don't pretend you to see this schema and fully understand everything in there, but this is our initial draft of matching actionable software management plans that we are aligning with the Standard Data Commons matching actionable plans, matching actionable data management plans. As a summary, open science is getting attention. It is getting attention across all research domains and across all communities. Registries and repositories are already asking for metadata, and the funders are asking for data management plans and open science strategies. However, metadata is not interoperable yet. We have too many metadata models, and we don't know how to make them work together. Software and workflows still get less attention than data, and well, we need everybody to join the effort, because if we don't have people providing metadata, we don't have the means yet to do it automatically. We need to start with the people providing information. If you are interested in the subject, there will be also a workshop. Here is the information, and that was it for today. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Leila. I think in the interest of keeping the collections together, the questions together, we're going to take all the questions at the end. So the next speaker we have is Vaidas from the Kaunas University of Technology, and he's going to be talking about enhancing generic metadata descriptors with discipline-specific metadata.
Hello. I think the slides are coming, so I will be speaking about how to enhance generic data descriptors with discipline-specific metadata. And the previous presenter introduced my first slide. Okay. It's here, but not on my screen. So specifically, the context. No, it's okay. It's just slower. So the previous presenter talked about these guidelines for publishing structured metadata on the web, and it says that you have to publish structured metadata. So this would enable rich display of search results in your search engines. And another thing in the context is RDA output, which talks about, okay, somehow it doesn't work. Supporting outcome, it talks about user requirements and recommendations for data repositories, and recommendation 3 coming from user surveys says that we need to make metadata fully annotated and include as much information as possible, right? And you have a comment from one user that sometimes the name of the data producer, place where it was produced, is less important than other information, which is more technical about how the data was collected and when and what instruments were used, right? So last point of context is that fair data principles have these 2 requirements, and one of them says is that we need rich metadata, and another requirement, R1.2, specifies that it has to be domain relevant, it has to follow domain relevant community standards. How can we implement these standards in generic metadata descriptors, right? So we have, for example, Dublin Core, DataCite, OpenAir, schema.org, whatever. They provide very, very generic information about metadata. So how can we, if we publish on these generic formats, it will never be compliant with fair data, right? But they are still used because they have this strength that they can be applied to many data formats, many data types, and their weakness is that they are not specific. So, for example, it would be difficult to find information about some specific data sets that I need if I only had these metadata available from these generic descriptors. And similarly, we have a lot of generic repositories like Harvard Dataverse, Dryad, Figshare. They all use these generic descriptors, and even they can transform their metadata schemes into more sophisticated ones. Still, those at the back end, the ones are quite generic, right? So if we have some aggregated marketplace as EOSC marketplace, how can we publish fair information or data sets following fair principles and still use these generic descriptors? So we applied for
for EOSC Future project, and our idea was to find a way to bridge this gap that exists between generic descriptors and discipline-specific descriptors. And we found these important things in those generic descriptors, right? We analyzed Dublin Core, DataCite, and OpenAir. And since our main object of interest was social science data objects, we worked in that field. But what I wanted to present here is more general framework for how to that would be extensible to other disciplines, right? So in all of these three generic descriptors, we found two elements. One of them is type, and the type descriptor talks about what type of data set or resource is described by the metadata descriptor, right? So this gives us information about from which discipline it may come and what type of data is included, right? And actually OpenAir field in OpenAir descriptor is most developed, and it has the tag that describes resource type, and it follows one of the standards of COAIR, resource type vocabulary, right? Another element is description, and again, all of these three metadata schemes do have this element. And DataCite also have description type, which is required if we want to provide rather different and discipline-specific elements into this general field description, right? And it can also be, it can also contain control vocabularies and information about language and things like that. Okay, so this is how we implemented the use case. And of course, you cannot see the small letters that are on the slides, but I will try to explain it, right? So if on the left-hand side, we have some domain-specific repository, and on the right side, we have metadata or data aggregator and the user looking for some data in some country or some specific field. We have to have this transformation, right? Because in domain-specific repository, I can describe data in some specific metadata format, but then I can transform it into generic one, and it can go to generic data repository, and then the user can find it. And the search result would contain more information than is provided with current standards, right? And here I describe these resource type, description element, and this slide shows how it can work. And we then implemented this model linking Dataverse repository metadata to Ex Libris Primo library repository or data discovery service. And of course, it does not follow these improved standards. So we had to use some workarounds, and the final result can be seen. And I think that these slides will be available on the website, so you can try it yourself. So here is the list of steps, how you can look how data set from Dataverse becomes data description in library catalog. And I provided here some screenshots, and main one is here. It includes abstract, and in this abstract you have different fields which are relevant for this social science data set, and they all included in a structured way in abstract. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vaidas. That was a really exciting piece of work. So the third talk we have today is Dan, who's going to be talking about EU community metadata infrastructure for finding and discovery. And Dan is from Claren.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's not forget the microphone, right? Okay, I see myself. I don't see anything else. So I can introduce myself, Dan Broeder. I'm affiliated with Claren ERIC, which is the research infrastructure for language resources. So I consider myself one from the communities. Yeah, so when I got an invitation to present something about discoverability, I had still a dim view about what's the difference between findability and discoverability. You get, how do you say, overloaded with the fair things. So you think everything is findability. And but when I thought, I was enthusiastic because I thought, well, finally I can talk about my hobby horse, which is metadata infrastructures and what you can do to improve that. But when I worked a bit and looked at what is exactly the differences between discoverability and findability, I saw that also discoverability depends a lot, of course, on metadata. So yeah, I still managed to get my presentation right, I think. So although finding and discovering can be seen as separate user experiences or activities from the perspective of the user, they are closely related. And I think rich metadata is required for both. Rich to be able to find a resource with sufficient precision, but also to determine if newly discovered resources, so resources that are suggested to the researcher, are indeed suitable. I know this second statement is contentious. Please don't hesitate to ask questions about that if you are also thinking it's not correct. So also metadata catalogs themselves that are used for finding are well positioned to support also discovery. You can think of the explorative use. You play a bit around with the faceted browser and see what's in the pot. You can think about having the catalog pointing to related resources, for instance, publications that are associated with the data set. Or what you can do is what you can have the catalog do is providing suggestions for similar resources. So I think it's quite good to look at what's the situation of the metadata infrastructure and see what is the consequence for the findability and the discoverability. Now, looking at what I call the mainstream metadata infrastructure, it's already quite ancient. I think this is 20 years, right? So at the bottom, you find there is a repository. Researchers deposit data and metadata there. The repository usually has also a catalog, so that can be used to see what's in the local pod. Then it exposes that metadata using still OAI PMH, I think, as the most widely used harvesting protocol. There are others around, but limited to specific domains it's harvested by either a metadata service provider, which offers then a faceted browser, so you can see the content of all the repositories that were harvested. There is a third type of component, which is called an aggregator. They aggregate, so they harvest, but they also expose to other aggregators or metadata service providers. As I said, this is quite ancient, but we shouldn't forget, and that's, I think, the most difficult thing. Sometimes you have to do a bit of manipulation with the metadata. So if you want to offer a consolidated catalog, it's relatively easy if you only have to do that for one community that shares a singly agreed metadata schema. With respect to the discoverability for all search results here, the maximum metadata is available. So I would consider discoverability is high for all the resources that are available within that community. If you have multiple metadata schema to consider, metadata mapping is needed. So you can think of metadata mapping to a common core metadata set. So the intersection of the different schemas, or the other end of the spectrum, you can think of a rich superset and accept the many empty slots that will appear and the necessity for complex search UIs as, yeah, that's something you have to do. Probably the best compromise is something in between. Note that the information loss when you use a common core metadata set can be considered detrimental for the discoverability aspect, because you're no longer able to exclude those search results that are not suitable. Yeah, harvesting the harvestable harvesters. You can build wonderful pyramids of harvesting components this way. But you should always ask yourself, does it really make sense to harvest other organizations' metadata? What's the added value? Community catalog, yes, that I would consider a good value. A topical portal, for instance, you want to collect all the metadata that pertains to COVID-19. Cross-disciplinary research, yes, certainly. And since short, I will also put here there is an additional discovery potential there. But I think if it's only for the additional discovery potential, you do a lot of trouble, you go through a lot of trouble, and I don't know if the added discovery potential is reason enough to do that, because there is lots of effort involved and quality can be a problem. Metadata providers usually want to see their metadata in a good environment. So if you have an empty catalog or a catalog with bad quality metadata, metadata providers will not be eager to have also their metadata harvested into that catalog. To maintain the quality, good contact with responsible metadata providers is needed. This means that the organizational distance between the catalog at the top and the metadata providers at the bottom cannot be too big. So if you have already one aggregator in between, you only know about that aggregator, not about the repository systems that get harvested by that aggregator. So that's, I think, maybe a good reason not to have aggregators in between, but to harvest directly from the repository systems. Who operates metadata catalogs and aggregators, at least who operates them in the European landscape? Well, we have, of course, the discipline-specific research infrastructure organizations, CESTA for the social sciences, DARIA for the broad humanities. These are organizations I know well because, well, I'm part of the same cluster. The thematic clusters that are clustering the research infrastructures. But I think the clustering of the thematic clusters should not be overstated. Depending on the cluster, they do some things in common, and that's not necessarily always the metadata infrastructure. In fact, I know only of one cluster, thematic cluster that does that plans to do all the metadata infrastructure together. That's M3FAIR. As far as I know, all the other clusters have how do you say, diversity within the cluster itself, how they solve that. Then we have the general ICT service providers. There's OpenAir operating OpenAir Explorer. It was already mentioned. OpenAir Explorer is integrated in the EOSC portal. We have UDOT operating B2Find. Discovery options here are high because you put lots of metadata from different communities together, but more difficult to evaluate because there is information loss there. So both B2Find, although B2Find scores a little bit better than the data site that OpenAir Explorer uses, are what I call core metadata sets. So you have this information loss. Yeah, let's go on the other side, not so interesting. So this is an example of how the metadata infrastructure within the SHOC, Social Sciences and Humanities Open Cluster functions. It's my own cluster, so I made it, I know this well. You can see here that there are two central catalogs for the CESTA RI and the Clarin one. So they harvest their affiliates and offer a central catalog. The CESTA data catalog also publishes that harvested metadata for harvesting by, for instance, B2Find and OpenAir. So in this respect, CESTA data catalog is an aggregator. The Clarin VLO doesn't do that. Clarin considers that opening up the metadata to external parties is more a matter for the individual Clarin centers. And indeed, there are quite a few Clarin centers that get directly harvested by OpenAir and by B2Find. DARIA, the research infrastructure for the broad humanities, does not have a central catalog. It does have some local and national aggregators, but DARIA is, on the other hand, it is the major backer of the SSH open marketplace, which is not a catalog of data sets, but rather a catalog for advice to SSH researchers about which tools, which training sets, and which workflows to use. So it's more a topical catalog than a data set catalog. Okay, some observations and recommendations, last slide. So the intended audience of a catalog should match the metadata. Researchers need rich metadata, both for findability and discoverability. Other users, stakeholders, funders, meta science may need less. Consider if you consider a new consolidated catalog, consider what it can offer as added value and for whom. For instance, providing additional information, contextual information, so that helps, I think, for discoverability or for cross-disciplinary research. For researchers familiar with the data, it's often still preferable to visit the data hosting repository or a community catalog. I mean, that's understandable because I think the expertise and the relation with your local supporters is better. So this limits discoverability in general because it does not allow you to look over the boundaries of your silo. And this immediately also suggests that we can improve the discoverability aspect of community catalogs, but also of repository catalogs, by investigating options to exchange information, not between aggregators and the repository systems, but rather between the community catalogs. So for instance, to be able to recommend related resources. That's my last slide.
Thank you so much to our three speakers. Really great talks, really interesting content. We've got about 10 minutes now for questions. I was wondering, can we get the Slido up? If you have questions to add, do it now, then we can see what we've got when we get the slide up. Thank you. Ah, the suspense. Okay, so we've got quite a few questions. And the first question is from Anne, and I think it's a question to all three of you. Can one use a combination of metadata, one generic plus one more specific or disciplinary? I don't know if any of you would like to take the lead in answering that question.
Yeah, I think that's well possible. I don't think even you have to create a, how do you say, a merger of the metadata schemas, because a protocol like OAI PMH allows you to offer multiple metadata schemas. So it's, with respect to technology, it seems fairly simple. But of course, you have to decide about which of the indexes to use under what circumstances.
Yes, I would just add that everything is possible. This is just technology. You can implement it in different ways, and it's just a matter of standards. You have to define them, and when you define, you have them as best for the community.
So the answer from me is still yes. And I'm going to provide an example on how we do it in bioschemas, for instance. Bioschemas is based on schema.org, so it's very, very generic thing. And in life sciences, we have a lot of ontologies. So something that we do in bioschemas, for instance, is that for some of the properties, we recommend to point to a defined vocabulary, to a defined term, rather than trying to come up with a new way to say what already have said already in very well-known ontologies. So we are combining both, and it's working well for our communities. Yeah.
Great. So three resounding yeses and some really great ideas for how to go about doing that. The next question is one for you, Leila. Carol says, how do we reconcile and relate schema.org to community ontologies? Different tools for different jobs?
So the example that I just gave is one way to reconcile schema.org with community ontologies, just reusing the ontological terms for some particular purposes in the schema.org markup. However, it is true. There are different tools for different jobs. We have used schema.org, I would say, with success as a first entry point for findability, particularly. It also provides some of interoperability, reusability, accessibility level. But if you want to go deeper, if you want to get more expressivity, if you need to do reasoning, for instance, I wouldn't go for schema.org. If I have to do something, for instance, about drug discovery, and I want to get the full extent of UniProt combined with Intact, combined with other resources, I would go for the full extent of the data. I wouldn't go for the first level that schema.org can give me. However, it is possible to do some things in this regard when you don't have anything better. The thing with the schema.org is that it is easy to adopt. And because it is easy to adopt, if your lab is a small lab, for instance, and you don't have the expertise or you don't have the funding or the budget to pay someone that it is expert in ontologies, in RDF, in A, B, and C, but you know someone who can use Drupal and embedded schema.org there, then you already have a first level to work with. And what to use and when to use it is also related to the research metadata schemas recommendations. Know your purpose. If you don't know what you want to do and why you want to do it, then it doesn't matter if you have the best ontology or if you have a schema.org or you want to combine them both, it will not work because you don't know where you want to go. So different tools, yes, different purposes, yes, you can combine them both, but you need to be clear about what is your purpose.
That's a great answer. I love that, know your purpose. And I think that's really the strength of communities like the RDA, where we have so much expertise that you can start, fleshing out these things and discussing between colleagues to refine your purpose and to make sure you're actually asking the right questions. So Jonas says, do you know any open source tools for managing metadata with user interface, not a full repository, only DOI and metadata and export for multiple standards? I think that's an open question for the whole panel, if there are any suggestions.
Well, such an ideal tool, I don't know, but in the SHOCK project, so the project connected with the SSH Open Cluster to we made an inventory of conversion services because we did not want in SHOCK, we did not want to create yet another metadata set. We saw that there are enough around. We rather concentrate on finding reasonable conversions between those. So, and for that, yeah, there are some around, and we created a small portal where you can search for such services. Unfortunately, I think it's not that well maintained currently, but we are thinking of having it integrated with the SSH Open Marketplace. So perhaps then it has a better survival chance. But there are far more conversion services around than you think. Mm. And I think there are registries, right? The what is it? The RDA metadata standard registry. I think there are also conversions to be found there.
Wait, Vaida Solaila?
Oh, it's just to corroborate that there are a lot of crosswalks between different standards, but to have one tool, especially open source, that can publish in every standard that you want, that would be a wonder.
So the one ring to rule them all. We're not there yet.
If I can add to that, there is a new project, Faircore for EOS, which is going to create a registry for such crosswalks.
Yes, so definitely watch this space.
Well, there is one coming. I should have said that.
Okay, we're edging towards the end of our session, and I think this last question is really a great one to end on. And I think all of you have touched on it at least some point in your talks. How to engage researchers about the topic of metadata. Is it the responsibility of researchers, infrastructure providers, or both?
Shared responsibility, I would say. Researchers could be a bit more vocal about, for instance, if a catalog is unusable for their type of research, it should be, well, it should be known. It should be more vocal about that. Mm-hmm. But also say what they would want then. Huh? Mm-hmm. It's not only this doesn't work, no, but what do you need then to make it work?
There is something called the adoption cycle, and I think it applies here. It starts with giving incentives. So we need to give incentives to researchers for them to start providing good metadata. And then in this adoption cycle, then comes kind of making it a policy. So the funders start asking for it, providing tools and providing infrastructure that will make things easier until it gets part of the routine. And I think it's possible, and we already have a very good example of it, and it's publication metadata. Mm-hmm. Every time that you submit an article, a preprint, you submit it to Sinodo, you submit it to a peer review journal, you have to provide metadata. And nobody questions, oh, why they're asking me the name of the author if it is in the PDF that I am uploading. No, nobody questions that because it's already part of the routine. You just enter, you give the ORCID. Hopefully, I mean, you hope that when you give the ORCID, it will bring automatically the name. It doesn't happen yet, but well, that is part of the tooling. But then it is possible to make it normal. It's just that at the beginning is kind of difficult, and the incentives is like, oh no, but more work. But it's this egg chicken situation at the very beginning, but we can make it. And I truly believe that we can make it all together.
Yes, of course, adoption cycle is very important, but I work for data repository and it is so slow. It takes years, decades for researchers to understand the benefits of sharing data, and the policy is coming very slow also.
I think that is something we all recognize, that this is something we're very passionate about, but we still need to be able to market it more to the researchers. But Leila, I like your comment about not only incentivizing, but just normalizing it. And I think we need to try and move to a point where people don't question why, they just do it automatically. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have on this session. So I want to ask you to join me in giving another round of applause to our three speakers. And I believe now we have a coffee break before the next session, so enjoy.
sometimes
Hello. Where is this? Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the last session of our day. I'll give it 1 minute and then we'll close the doors. Julia, maybe you can close it. Okay. Laura, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you perfectly.
Great.
Hello, everyone.
Okay. We miss you here.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to join.
Yeah. Okay, welcome everybody, as I said, to the last session. This session is about engagement of the researchers, the very researchers that we've all been talking about all day. I'm completely delighted to have my lovely panel with me. We've heard a lot today from the projects, from the RDA open call projects that we've been running in EOSC Future. But we also have this network of ambassadors, 14 ambassadors, domain ambassadors. They can't unfortunately all be on the stage, but most of them are in the audience. I'm not going to ask them to stand up, but they could wave their hands. The rest of them who aren't with me here, they do have badges. You will meet them in the next few days, and we're delighted to have them here with us in Gothenburg. So they have various different roles as ambassadors. They are mainly to do outreach about RDA, about what we do in RDA, and also they're doing outreach on EOSC Future and promoting open science within their specific domain. So they're very busy. And another thing is that they also can provide us feedback. What are their needs? What do they need as researchers to do open science, and what support do they need? We've heard a lot from a lot of the panelists and interesting talks today about the need of engaging researchers and what does that actually mean. So I'm happy to have them. And I think we can make a start. We have one ambassador who can't be here with us in person, called Laura, who will introduce herself in a bit. So I think that's all I want to say. I want to start really, I'm not going to introduce them. I would like them to introduce themselves. We have four and one virtual panelist, and we have an expert with us, Beth, who will talk about herself in a bit. So I'm going to hand over first to you, Sophie. Would you like to tell us about yourself, where you work, and what you're primarily doing in your ambassadorship?
Sure. Can everybody hear? Yeah, okay, I can hear myself. I'm Sophie Meers. I'm Belgian. I'm an evolutionary biologist and a researcher. I work at Meso Botanic Garden, which is in Belgium, north of Brussels. It's actually our national botanic garden. And even though it's a medium-sized botanic garden, it's internationally renowned for its living and preserved plant collections. Part-time, I'm also the data steward of the Botanic Garden, financed under the Flemish Open Science Board, which is here represented by Joke in the audience. So the Flemish Open Science Board implements open science policy in Flanders. I'm also part of the biodiversity informatics team at the garden. So that means that I'm involved in a few European projects on biodiversity data, such as the Bicycle project that you might have heard of, which is a project to do with linking up biodiversity data infrastructures of different types. And I'm also part of a community of practice, a small one in Flanders, financed by Disco Flanders project. and which brings together all natural history collections in Flanders and brings together database managers, researchers, and lab managers to talk about DNA data, storage of physical samples, and research data management of molecular data.
Thank you, Sophie. Okay, now Lina, please, over to you. Introduce yourself, where you work.
Hi, I'm Lina Sitz. I'm from Argentina, but I'm living in Italy since 2012, so a little bit. I work in air system physics, and during the last years, I have been working in collaboration with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We have been the IPCC. I think maybe somebody of you knows is the UN body that assesses the physics on climate change and the physics basis on climate change. And we have been making openly available the data and code related with the latest report that has been published in 2021, trying to apply fair principles to do it. So it has been our first experience doing this. And I think we, as ambassador, we would like to talk about our experience because we think that for one side, it can be inspiring for some people because it was it's a very complex environment. The report is made by hundreds of scientists from all over the world, and it's based in almost 40,000 papers, and it needs to be approved for the government, 200 countries. So it's very sensitive. It's a very sensitive document that will inspire a lot of people and will be used for policymakers to take decisions. So even in that complex environment, we applied these principles to make the resources openly available. And there have been a lot of challenges. Some of them we could solve, others we need to know how to solve. So it's also a starting point to a discussion. And I think that's all.
That's great. Thank you. Helena.
Hi, so my name is Helena Andreasen, and I work at UiT, the Arctic University of Norway. I'm located in Tromsø. I have a PhD in French linguistics, and I have for many years been involved in a research program that is which has base in France, which focuses on gathering data from different localities in the Francophone world, documenting and investigating different phonological variations across regions. In my library job, I work as head of teaching and learning support. So basically everything I do is about education and outreach. And I primarily work on PhD education, research integrity, open science, and research data management. And I am, among other things, co-manager of an international repository for linguistic data, open data.
Yeah, thank you. So Marek, on to you.
Hello, Marek Cebecar from Herovsky Institute of Physical Chemistry, Czech Academy of Sciences. I'm actually biochemist, but working with the material science and engineering people. And that's why I'm here as a domain ambassador for material sciences and engineering. The experience I have in this direction is coming from the fact that I'm also open science officer at the Institute. So trying to implement improved research data management, open science, fair data principles in our Institute, but not only in our Institute, because as a chair of material sciences and engineering working group in Czech EOSC, I'm also responsible to spreading this and coordinating the work of this working group on this kind of implementation of these principles in Czech Republic.
Thank you. So Laura, Can you hear us?
Yes.
Can you, I know you can't see us. Could you introduce yourself and what you're doing?
Actually, I can now see you, so that's great.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yes. So my name is Laura Morales, and I'm a full professor of comparative politics at Sciences Po, which is a social sciences university in Paris, in France. I should first of all apologize that I can't be with all of you as I really wanted to. COVID just got in the way, so apologies for that. But it's really glad it's a really glad opportunity that I can actually join online. I'll just tell you a little bit about my trajectory. My day job is to be a professor, so to teach and to do research in our university. And my connection and the reason why I applied for this ambassadorship is relating to sort of a natural process through which my own research on the processes of integration, primarily political integration of citizens of immigrant origin and from ethnic minorities. We found a number of us doing research in these topics that there weren't enough resources to make the most of the data that existed on these specific populations across Europe. So we set out a large network of colleagues and me to actually try to create resources that would make the existing data for this particular research data community fair, so findable, accessible, interpretable, and reusable. And it's through this experience of actually trying to create resources from scratch where none existed to make this data available that I came into knowing more about EOSC and about the research data alliances and all of the good things that are coming with this research agenda. And so in my role as an ambassador, what I would like to contribute to kind of very briefly is precisely to be able to spread the word about EOSC and RDA and make it as kind of better known in the community of social scientists, especially those who are working on ethnic and migrant minorities across Europe.
Laura, thank you very much. Thank you. So the final person I'd like to introduce is, I will introduce her, Beth Knazuk from the Digital Repository of Ireland. So as Hilary mentioned earlier today, we have this task in EOSC Future about engaging underrepresented communities. And Beth is deep in this task and already has maybe some first observations to tell us about. So Beth, would you like to just outline what are you trying to find out? And is there anything that you'd like to highlight today in this panel about engagement in open science in EOSC?
Ooh, yes, few different things, hard to kind of condense it down. And a lot of the information that I have here and a lot of what I'm talking about, you'll also get specific examples from the various domain ambassadors. As Najla said, I'm not a domain ambassador. My background is in art history and in digital preservation, but that's not why I'm here today. I'm here because I have been leading the work on widening engagement with EOSC among underrepresented disciplinary communities on behalf of RDA. So the Digital Repository of Ireland is working closely with RDA. And in trying to figure out why certain disciplinary communities are not necessarily engaging as much with EOSC, the question has kind of become, you know, what are the barriers? What is really focusing? What are the issues that face these communities in open science generally? And are these problems bigger than EOSC itself? And so I want to start by saying that my findings so far are not complete. They're not concluded. I'm still going through interviews. For those of you who are members of RDA and received the invitation to participate in the survey, that was us that was asking you questions about the global awareness of EOSC. And we're still compiling information from that survey, and we're still reaching out to members of RDA to participate in focus groups and to participate in interviews. So if you want to find me after this session and let me know if you want to have a chat with me generally about the barriers to open science, participating in open science in your discipline after this meeting, I'd be happy to have a chat with you. But one of the main things, one of the questions that that I asked of each of you, of several of the other domain ambassadors who can't be here today, what some of the bigger challenges are, but specifically, how is EOSC understood? How do you perceive EOSC? If you had to explain EOSC to somebody, how would you even begin? And one of the things that I've taken away that I think won't be a surprise to this particular audience is that EOSC isn't really well understood. The RDA survey that we sent out to you guys indicated that less than 50% of respondents had interacted with EOSC, whether that was receiving training or targeted marketing or simply visiting the portal, that they hadn't even necessarily done that. Most of the respondents to that survey were European, so that's very interesting to get back. But to add some color to that, because that's kind of a disappointing statistic to throw out, is that it's not that people aren't aware of EOSC, and that there is a sense generally that people feel that they should know something about EOSC in the same way that they feel that they should know something more about open science. EOSC is part of a larger landscape of change right now in how we do research, and it's hard to perceive what the payoff will be, or where best to invest our effort in learning a new system or in communicating in a different way. From my one-on-one interviews, EOSC is perceived more positively as having a lot of potential to be a thing that will connect us all. It will facilitate better research. It will provide tools and funding opportunities and a place to manage research better. It'll effectively make research easier, but a lot of this is like the future promise of EOSC. We know that this is something that we should be engaging with, or this is something that we should be promoting, but we're still not fully sure exactly what is available in EOSC now. So any global takeaways from what I've been doing, the questions that I've been asking specifically about EOSC? People understand the benefits of open science. Open science itself is a concept. It might be a little bit more of a buzzword right now, but it's known, and EOSC is known. And across the disciplines, people are really only engaging at the level that is required of them, seems to be what's happening. If we look at where disciplines have been successful, those successes have been around shared infrastructure and tools. If you align on a tool and everyone uses the same tool, it's much easier to exchange data. It's much easier to share things. Big data is also forcing a trend towards sharing because of prohibitive costs. But also, I think that there's like kind of a culture around big data, the way we talk about big data, that suggests that that's what we should be doing. We're more mindful of the environmental costs of big data, and you see that in certain disciplines that are engaging more with big data rather than small data. It's easier to see how not sharing big data hinders the progress of science generally. So conversely, some of the reasons why disciplines don't share data are that the types of data and the tools that they use are not always homogeneous within the discipline. So there isn't necessarily one tool that facilitates sharing. The discipline can't even come together around a particular type of data or a particular type of tool. Smaller data may not be collected digitally in the first place, and this is something I'm sure will come up again in this chat. There are some disciplines for which there is also a low individual cost to repeat data collection and to data generation. And in fact, kind of generating data over again might be rewarded as an activity, as it's kind of expected and accounted for in the timelines that are established for completion of research. For the funding available, you're expected to take a certain amount of time and do a certain amount of things. And it's just expected that this is a part of the work, that you might do an experiment that has already been done in order to generate your own numbers, get your own data. And unfortunately, data collection practices that don't start out digital are unlikely to ever make the leap to digital. So we'll hear from some of our domain ambassadors today where they're talking about data collection still being a very manual process, and just transitioning to the tools in the first place. They can't engage with EOSC, they can't engage with open science if they're not generating digital data in the first place. So I think I took a meandering tour around to the point that the question that you were asking.
Yeah, Beth, thanks very much. Okay, so now that Beth has paved the way. Maybe you can comment on some of the things she's raised. Do you think that there are barriers to approach EOSC? How would you understand that, and how would you raise that in your discipline and try to tackle it? Does anyone want to start? Yes. Oh, there. Okay.
Yeah, I think there might be two questions. So for me, EOSC and open science are, I would give a different answer. So EOSC, when I talk to people about EOSC and data infrastructures, well, the bigger one is, of course, they have heard of EOSC, but a lot of my colleagues and people in the biodiversity informatics, they haven't heard about EOSC. So I think there is some general, wrong expectations maybe because of the name, that people think that EOSC provides cloud services, which I wouldn't say, I wouldn't explain EOSC like that, but more like a marketplace where you of course also have cloud services. Yes, and also I think the European part in the name is a bit off-putting, because in biodiversity, well, biodiversity and biodiversity crisis is really a global issue. And we really want to keep the whole community global, even more so outside of Europe. So I think people are afraid that EOSC might be just one more silo. So that's about EOSC. And then about open science in our domain, and that's also why I applied for domain ambassador, is that you have on the one side, you have this very dynamic community of biodiversity informatics and data infrastructures that are ready to receive fair data. And then there are the researchers that are often working in their academic bubbles, and they have benefits sometimes of not sharing their data for generating more research output. So it's difficult to convince these people about how good open science is, because often they don't benefit directly from open science, because like Beth said, those are researchers that generate their own data, that go collect plants and so on. So they don't use big data. So even though they should provide their data in knowledge graphs, they don't see the benefit, except for that it's a more administrative burden onto them.
Good. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Helena.
So, so as I said, I come from linguistics, and in linguistics, we have a multitude of different types of data, both from experimental eye tracking studies to observational sociolinguistic interviews. So you have the whole, so you have a lot of variation, and of course, different tools will need to be targeting different groups of linguists. But what I was thinking about was that, so engaging with things like EOSC, I think one barrier to that is a combination of time combined with habit. We have a lot of outreach efforts, both locally and internationally, but we see that people tend to stick to what they're used to using. We have a lot of repositories in linguistics in the different subdisciplines, and it seems like taking the time to go somewhere else to see what other solutions are there, it's not something that people prioritize. And also, it seems like if they have a repository that is functioning and where their peers also archive their data, it seems like they prefer to stay there and not spend time looking for other solutions. And if they are not that into the FAIR principles, they might not evaluate the repository that they're using with this critical eye. So I think time and habit is something that we need to deal with, and as advocates of EOSC and open science.
Okay, thank you. I'm conscious that Laura would like to say something. Her hand was up. Laura, can you hear us? So
yes.
Do you want to add something to that?
Yes, thank you. So actually, I agree with Sophie that there's a distinction to make between awareness or barriers in relation to engaging with open science in general and engaging with EOSC and the Research Data Alliance. And in the social sciences, I'm obviously more aware about political science, but also I interact a lot with people in sociology, in urban studies, or in other social sciences like anthropology or demography in the context of my work on migration. I have the feeling that most of the colleagues are highly aware of what the open science is and what that kind of the open science agenda actually means and what it entails for them. And then the level of engagement can actually vary sufficiently depending on the researchers, but that EOSC and the work that is done in the context of the RDA is a completely different thing. Here we do have a huge barrier of even awareness of not even knowing about the existence of EOSC and the Research Data Alliance, unless these researchers are intimately linked to one of the big social science and humanities research infrastructures. And obviously those who are connected to those European research infrastructures, they are very aware of EOSC and on RDA, but those that we could call like on the ground or grassroots researchers have not probably even heard about both EOSC and the RDA. And I think that one of the main barriers is complexity, both the complexity of what EOSC is and how we actually communicate what EOSC is and the kind of the various elements to it, but also importantly for the work that it's done in the RDA as well, what sort of recommendations, of policies, of resources are actually available. It's really very complicated to navigate for the ordinary researcher who is not necessarily a data technician. And so I think that one of the barriers that we need to try to gradually overcome is how to communicate this huge complexity and richness in a much simpler manner and in ways that kind of strategically we can attract the attention of the researchers, that we can make sure that at least they're listening to us in terms of the potential and kind of the benefits that they could actually see in relation to engaging with EOSC and in relation to engaging with the Research Data Alliance. And this is important in my view, because I see actually researchers that are, as I said, not connected with one of these big infrastructures who are generating themselves sort of smaller open science infrastructures that risk being completely disconnected from this sort of wider universe of EOSC that it's being set up. And so I think that there's a strategic moment right now when we need to ensure that this connection happens, that the awareness happens, and that the level of complexity is reduced to what is essential for them to understand how they can effectively engage and how they can contribute on the one hand, but also benefit on the other hand from EOSC and from the work done in the RDA.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Marek, you wanted to?
I just wanted quickly to add that it's very important to consider trust. So if you have something European open science cloud, it's all very generic names. It's actually not even cloud. And speaking of European doesn't mean that I'm a global scientist, not a European scientist. So I fully agree with this. So one has to consider what it is. If I am looking for some data which are to some extent specific to my field, I'm of course looking very strictly to my community resources. If I want to open myself a little bit in a broader field. So speaking of interoperability and broader spectrum, then it should work like a hub, or then of course everyone is using Google. And yeah, Google is of course not very good source of information anymore, but this is where is a space to step in for a broad spectrum of information.
Thank you. Did you want to say something? No, I just want to involve the audience. I'm sorry, we're trying to put the Slido on there. I know some of you can see it. So I'd like to ask Armin Straub has asked an interesting question that has a lot of votes. Is it really necessary for researchers to understand EOSC? Researchers need to understand open science and the tools and services relevant for them. Should it just be something invisible that's part of your daily workflow? Do you need to explain EOSC in your day-to-day? Yeah.
Yes, actually, I think that this question is very interesting, and it's also connected with time. Because when I speak with my colleagues about EOSC and if they know about this and or if they know about open science in general, can you hear me? Yeah. No. The feeling is, yes, that's very interesting. That might be very useful for my career, but I don't have time to do it. And I'm not an expert. I need to learn a lot. It's like a lot of information out there, and it's a little bit overwhelming sometimes. And the scientists are always running up the next deadline. So I think that it's not a coincidence, the feeling of the lacking of time and the lacking of having the knowledge. I think that maybe it's something that we have to think that having also in the university careers, because we have been studying for many years about a lot of topics, but nobody tell us before how apply these principles, how share data, resources. This is not part of the university careers in every discipline. So when you reach there, you don't feel an expert. You feel that you don't understand what you have to do, or that somebody else have more knowledge than you to do it. So I think that's a key.
Okay. Anybody else? Laura? Yeah, Beth.
I'm going to add something that was said to me by Alison Lister, who is also one of our domain ambassadors, so I can't take credit for this. But when we were talking about, how she would explain EOSC, which is a question that I asked all of you, what is it that you think of? She said EOSC is going to be different for different people. It will have different benefits for different people. And I think part of the work that you are all doing and that the RDA is engaged in is figuring out how to explain those specific benefits. Because just to tie it back to the idea, like we all kind of know what the benefits are to open science, I think, at this point. And, maybe you can argue with me about that, whether or not we know that or not. But the benefits generally to open science are not the same as the benefits to engaging with a particular resource or community or tool that can do something for you, tangible in the work that you are doing, that can introduce a workflow to you, can make your life easier, ultimately make your research easier and make your research better.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so there's another question from Carol Go, which I'm going to ask. Indeed, what does it mean to engage with EOSC? I mean, I have some thoughts about it. It means maybe using, sharing your resources, using the portal, promoting open science. But do you know what it means to engage with EOSC? Have you used it? Have you gone to the portal and used it?
I did actually use it, and as I said, this is how to broaden the spectrum of information I can get. In this way, it can be useful. However, as already mentioned many times, it's very complex, so it's very difficult to find something, and we will probably speak about it in a second. You also need many logins. And it's still not working with a single login or my institutional login ideally. And this is another barrier. So back to your previous question. So if I am in the hub, which I mentioned that it should be more hub, I need to approach all resources with a single login. If there are more logins, it's a strict barrier. So to get engaged, to improve engagement with these resources, simply, and it was also mentioned this morning, today already, just has to be much simpler. Okay. If it's simple, if it's one line, I said Google, I type whatever I need and I'm getting information, and then it can be more structured, but not at the beginning, that I have to search where I find something. No.
So immediate access.
Yeah, so simplification, single login, and then it will work. Then people will use it for specific reasons.
Okay, good. Laura, your hand is up.
Yes, so actually in relation to this question of what does it mean to engage with EOSC, well, I agree that actually with what Beth just said, it will mean different things for different people. But for some people who, for example, produce data, engaging with EOSC means making sure that your data is actually showcased in EOSC in a manner that actually people can actually find it, and especially people who are working, or researchers who are working beyond your specifically narrow disciplinary domain or even subfield. So making sure that you can expand the reach of your data or of your services or of different types of products that you actually are producing as part of your scientific and research activities. But what that means for me, connecting to the previous question, is that yes, potentially EOSC should be of great usefulness for all researchers. Now, this does not mean that we need to force feed EOSC on anyone, but to me, it's like saying, is Google Scholar something that every researcher should engage with? And the answer would be, well, it depends. At least I would recommend that every scientist knows of the existence of Google Scholar, and then perhaps they will resort to it, perhaps they won't resort to it, or in the same way that we could talk about Sinodo as a tool. So there's all multiple tools that scientists should, in an ideal world, be aware of and be able to engage with when they are relevant for their research and for what they're doing. And here I see two uses. On the one hand, researchers could go to kind of different elements of EOSC to find stuff and replace stuff with different things in different moments, which can actually be access to cloud services, but it also can be specific types of software, or it could be data, or it could be publications. But very importantly, as I said before, what I think we need to ensure is that researchers become aware of how EOSC is also a platform to showcase the research in a larger sense and for a larger set of scientists than we are commonly used to share our data with. And I should say also, let's also not forget that if we are successful in the buy-in to EOSC, then this can be a very powerful platform as well to connect with all sorts of communities who use scientific knowledge but are not necessarily scientists themselves. So policymakers at different levels, or data journalists, or just ordinary people who are interested in science, or primary and secondary teachers who are actually teaching their students into specific ways of gathering knowledge, or at least being aware about knowledge. So I think there is a lot of potential there that it is quite critical that we spread the word out and make sure that people have the opportunity to engage with EOSC in these multiple ways.
Thank you. Okay, Beth, quickly, and then we...
I feel like I should say something about that, considering widening engagement is a goal of my task. A key question that has emerged while working on this task is, what does engagement look like? Well, how do you know if you've successfully engaged? If there's not a great need to, say, have users sit on the EOSC platform or log into the EOSC portal, then how else can you measure engagement and the success of EOSC? I'm not going to answer that question right now. I'm going to invite you to attend our community engagement session as part of the RDA plenary on Wednesday, where we are going to talk about that question in more detail.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to raise another question from the audience about cross-disciplinary and cross-domain integration. Does anyone want to answer something about, do you have plans about cross-disciplinary integration as an ambassador? Is that part of your work? Do you think that's important? Is that something that resonates, working with other domains?
I think so our domain definitely has a series of repository standards that everybody uses, and there's good practice there. But I think what I could learn from these colleagues, ambassadors, is how to implement FAIR principles with the researchers. So have them find these resources to publish their data and research output fairly. So I think this is a very cross-disciplinary problem. And yes.
Anyone else? No? Okay. No, it's I've got the microphone on. Okay, so we're getting near to the end. There's one more question I would like to ask about engagement. What would be the first, from Alexandra to all of you, if anyone would like to answer it, what would be the first low effort step for somebody in your domain who would like to use EOSC, for example? Do you know where you would start or what you would point them to? Or do you think it's important to tailor your outreach to different disciplines then as a domain ambassador?
I think it's okay. So thinking again about my own discipline, the linguistics, I think it's important to actually have these ambassadors referring to the repository that I'm co-managing. We have when we curate data sets, it's hard to, it takes some time for people to get used to it. And we have all these help texts, and we repeatedly help them. But what we see is very important is when we have these ambassadors who suddenly see how the tools that we are offering actually work. They inform, inspire, and engage their peers again in the different institutions. So I think that having these, I don't want to call it ambassadors, but having these people who can help the sub-disciplines see how they can navigate within the complex structure and help them engage. I think that is very important. How these ambassadors should be elected work, I don't know, but I think we need to have these connection points between the infrastructure and the different researchers.
Okay.
Yeah,
Marek.
Yeah, I would like to strongly agree with this personal involvement, this personal example, and sitting with them and discussing. And if they need help, for example, it happened to me already once that I was actually successfully engaging my colleague into EOSC portal, and luckily we even found what he was looking for. I was of course not sure it is there because it was from a topic I'm not very familiar with, but this is definitely what helps. This is this personal involvement, and hopefully it works as you said, Ellen, and that it spreads. Otherwise we cannot, of course, us 14 you said ambassadors, we cannot approach so many people in person. But let's hope it has some avalanche effect.
Laura.
Yeah, so I think that in terms of the first low effort step that I would recommend to anyone who wants to engage with EOSC is to just go and check the portal and the catalog, and to get a sense. And it is not necessarily the case that from all disciplines you're going to find something that is useful for you, but it will kind of very quickly give you a sense of what is the potential if we all buy in as researchers and scientists, and we start contributing and we start sort of kind of providing data and services and all sorts of products and outputs there on the marketplace and on the catalog. And I think that that's perhaps, at least in my own ambassadorial role, this is going to be the hook that I'm going to try to work with. This has the promise to become really a spot where all scientists can actually check if what they're looking for is findable in a few easy steps. And very importantly, as I said before, for those who are producing data and those who are producing products and who are producing services, I think the portal and the catalog provides kind of very clear visual way of understanding the reach that this could have in the future. It's more a promise at this stage than necessarily a reality. And I think that what we need to communicate as ambassadors is precisely that promises can only become reality if we all participate, if we all join in and contribute to make these great commons jointly, all of us. And that would be sort of the first low effort for me. Just look into the portal and the catalog and just browse and spend perhaps 30-40 minutes looking around and understanding what the promise that it brings really is.
Lovely. Thank you. We have to come to an end now, but I like that very much. We all have to participate and believe in it to make it work, but also these pathways through the disciplines and to all of your good work. So please join me in thanking very much our panel of ambassadors, and you'll see the rest of them in the room. And that was the last session of the day. I know my colleague Karen will come up to give a summary. I do just want to show one last slide before we end, and that is that how do I do this now? Having spent the day behind the curtain fiddling around with slides, I now can't use the, no, I sympathize with all our speakers. I need one more slide. Yes, the Fair Impact Project also has champions, so watch out, the FAIR champions will be announced later on. So they're going to be another network of FAIR-related champions within EOSC at the European level. So watch this space. And also the FAIR Impact Project has these open calls for different aspects of FAIR implementation. So I just wanted to say that at the end, because these are other pathways to engagement within EOSC. Okay, thank you very much, my dear panel of ambassadors. Thank you. And Beth.
So I've been given the tough assignment of being the last thing at the end of the day when everyone is quite full. But I do believe that I can give a fairly quick wrap up, starting by, of course, saying that I think I speak for everyone by talking about what a rich day it's been, a rich workshop. It's been a really excellent mix of call recipients, domain ambassadors, experts in their fields. And so I want to thank everyone for participating today. I think that Hillary was fairly prescient this morning in her opening remarks when she talked about the need for regional interaction. And I think that remains a key area for Global Research Commons. I found that the first panel, the big picture panel, again, we owe Hans 2 debts of gratitude. One for discussing very clearly the challenge of the research community in facing tech giants, something that I think needs more discussion for sure. And then his slide was well remarked on Twitter that said, "May all your problems be technical." Definitely one of the better quotes. We also heard from Javier that said that all successful, truly international collaborations in history have been led by the research community. And that's a good reminder that the research community should be leading this, and we should be supporting them at the front of this initiative. Tasmania from the African Open Science Platform thinks that we're probably further along than we think we are if we just go ahead and implement the things we've already agreed on. So the UNESCO Open Science Framework, the Brno Declaration, if we address these challenges and we move forward together, then we can make progress here. Looking at the the really tough timekeeper associated with the interoperability session. So my congratulations to all of those that ran that gauntlet. There were a lot of different types of interoperability that were discussed there, but a lot of the messages from this group really focused on semantic interoperability. They offered good technical solutions. The two-tier solution about keeping the focus on free text words and then applying the best controlled vocabulary. Also, Valdis on enriching generic metadata with rich metadata using two metadata properties with links to fuller descriptions. I thought was really interesting. But the real next step for this, that in order for any of that interoperability to work, any of the technical solutions to work, that there needs to be reform in science. And so this is something that was touched again on in the next section on discoverability. Leila talked about the many objectives of linked open science and everything from machine learning to software management plans. And she issued a call to us in the community to join the effort on good metadata. Dan Broder from Clarion talked a lot about the distinction between findability and discoverability, and encouraged us to ask that if we should be harvesting just because we can harvest something, is it really important that we actually do that? And so this is another theme that came across throughout the day-to-day, is that we need to know our purpose, for sure, to reflect on our purpose and why we are doing things. Valdis believes that everything is possible, which makes me very happy. It's just a matter of standards, which is very hopeful, I think. Leila reminded us that the adoption of the very simple ontologies like schema.org is a first step. And I think that that's a really good lesson to learn, that those who are semantic curious can get on board with a very low amount of input. And then the question that we were just talking about that came up early on or later in the discoverability section talked about how to engage researchers on the topic of metadata. And again, this comes back to an issue of science reform, it is a shared responsibility between researchers and infrastructure, but the reflection of the adoption cycle is very useful for framing this, beginning with the reward incentive, followed by policy, and that we not only need to incentivize better data management, but normalize it. So it may feel sticky now, but at some point it'll become as normal as metadata for publications. In our pathways to community engagement, these domain ambassadors represent botany, aerosystem physics, linguistics, material science, engineering, political science, and the last one, of course, being, I think, rightly driven by the desire for equity and increasing our resources for minority publications. We see that, again, there's not a lot of incentive or benefit for open science for many researchers, and they clearly see the administrative burden, but they don't as clearly see the benefits to them. And so that's part of the communication challenge that lies ahead of us. That communication challenge is also a technical challenge. And I really appreciated the notion that a single login would make engagement skyrocket. That complexity of explaining what else does, how it can benefit you. There's the communications portion of that, and there's the very real sort of nuts and bolts user engagement part of that both need to be challenged, both need to be met at the same time. So I think that, this last thing I thought was really quite interesting. So the question was about what are some low effort steps that we can make to help people engage with open science and EOSC. And the answer was, that we can provide a personal set of connections between the infrastructure and people. We can be informing and inspiring and engaging our peers at other institutions. And I think that I think it's wrong to call that a low effort step. I think that that's the very essence of how we build community and how we build connections with people. And I don't think that's low effort. I think it's a commitment of time, and it's an act of love and respect. So I think that's where we are. Yep. And sorry, was that you doing something? She's no, I'm good. Thanks. I think that's it. for me, unless anybody else wants something to add.
May I just say that the slides are going to be online very soon on the same. Oh, the slides are already online. So thank you very much to the audience, remote audience, the Zoom audience. I hope you could still hear us and you haven't all gone off for a cup of tea, a glass of wine or whatever, but thanks a lot for joining. You'll find the slides online and we will record this, and this will also go on both the RDA and the EOSC Future websites. So yeah, thank you. We've had a round of applause, but thank you very much for staying with us for the whole of this. And Carol. Yes, it was mainly we can't see certain screens, but I did try to paste everything into the Slido, but yes, we'll also put the log of the, okay. And thank you all to the moderators and everybody. It's been a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.